Attention in the barn. We need Kayla Gardner to the arena. You're about to miss your class. If you're Kayla Gardner, Class 1 Crossbred Gilts, it's time to get to the arena. Well, good morning and welcome to the 2024 San Antonio Livestock Show Junior Crossbred Breeding Gilt Show. As we get started with class number 1, we'd like to take a moment and introduce our judge today. Mr. Ben Boble lives in Lincoln, Illinois with his wife Haley and 3 daughters, Ella, Claire, and Alex. Ben went to Black Hawk East College and Iowa State University. Ben owns and operates Boble Farms, which consists of 85 crossbred, York, and spot sows, as well as a grain operation, and is an advisor for Show Right Feeds. Ben's favorite thing about livestock shows is the development of youth, encouraging competition and responsibility. Let's give Ben a big, warm Texas and San Antonio welcome to the Crossbred Gilt Show today.
A test. Okay.
I think he pinned one back.
Okay, out here on Taylor Fort Live, this is our first class of Crossbred Gilts. We'll have 5 classes in this division. This first class weighs from 200 to 206. There's 47 head. As they were being pinned, I kind of tried to catch a few of the pedigrees, and as we kind of get a little closer to the top end, we will try to do our best to let you out there and kind of what the different pedigrees are on the gilts on the top end. We'll try to catch those, and as we kind of get some sell order selections and preliminary selections, we will be able to announce a little more on what some of the pedigrees are. All class winners make the sale, so there's automatically 15 class winners, and then the judge will select throughout the day his sale order, or not sale order, but his sale animals. And so this is class 1. Crossbred Gilts, there's 47 head, and they range from 200 to 206. They introduced our judge earlier, but Ben Boble is our judge for the Crossbred Gilt show this year. Ben is no newcomer for sure to the show pig industry, very seasoned evaluator, tremendous livestock guy, tremendous breeder and evaluator. He's been very influential in the last several years in the show pig genetics on how they are put together, most notably a boar called Never Before. Very, very influential boar. Is going to go down as one of the greatest female sires, or is one of the greatest female show pig sires. His daughters are just flat generators, and one of the really, really unique ones. I remember when that video came out of him as when he was 150, 200 pounds, whatever he was, probably close to 150, and that was as impressive as a young boar when that boar was marketed to Laird's there. That it was as impressive a young pig, and being a direct dirty secret red 7, I believe, and just a tremendously good pig. And his daughters have been tremendous generators in the crate, and have been some of the real standouts when you see these bears and gilts that went at the highest levels. A lot of times, honestly, probably more times than not, they trace back to Never Before. That's just a testament to Ben's ability and his family. His daughters and wife do a tremendous job of what putting that program together, and they're always competitive, and they come to be competitive when they show at the national events, and we really are excited to have Ben evaluating our show today. Sees hogs extremely well, and he's going to power these hogs up and still keep them structurally correct and extra heavy structured and stout featured, and hogs that are going to be very valuable to be able to purchase. And we really value his opinion, and very excited to have Ben working our show here today. Ben's kind of sorting in his top end here, and he's placing. I think he's 11 through about 7 of them in place. He's going to sort out his top 5 or 6 here, and as we kind of evaluate, I caught a few of the pedigrees as I was behind the pins as they were being weighed. I think he has pinned, I believe, 4 back to evaluate for his final consideration. I'm at a pin 1 is Kyra Williams, a.k.a. Turkey. A lot of people know her by that. Young lady does a really good job from Montague County 4-H up there in the north part of Texas, and I believe they said she was sired by Smoke. White exotic boar, maybe that was at Laird's. Next young man is Tanner Morse from Giddings, and she's a Wham, I believe, from Linders. Wham's the white exotic boar that was raised by Ham, that's owned by Blunt, and I believe he is housed there at Rory's, at RD's there in New Braunfels. The young man next, I believe, is Brandon, Orland from Cold Springs. I believe that's another Linder gilt. I think they said Smoke Another, and she may be an ever before Sal. They said she was Smoke Another. Boar's done a really, really good job for Linders. The young lady in 4 did not know her pedigree, and so we are all in suspense on that. But these are his top 4. Looks like we got a pair of Linder hogs. I'm assuming the Williams might have raised that one or bought them somewhere, and then I don't know the 4th gilt, but. Pretty resounding theme here. Those hogs are wide at the ground. They've got bone, rib, and body. Pretty massive. Hogs have got a really good look and still mobile and correct. He goes 4th with the Smoke Another gilt. Maybe just a little tighter out of her hock and hind leg, but an awfully good gilt. Brings lots of mass, huge hind legs. Got a pair of whites and a nice belted gilt. Mentioned earlier, these hogs weigh from 200 to 206. There is a 15-pound weight back, I should say, and so they could be on the bottom end of 185 and the top end of about 220 or so 221. Kind of those low 200s at this point, but a real nice way to start our lightweight division here in Class 1. Looks like the William gilt goes 3rd. Just a real functional, correct female. A lot of good in that one. 2 very unique, interesting lightweight gilts that he has out here in 1st and 2nd. He goes 2 with the belt.
I'll stay out.
No Wham gilt. Here's Benj with his comments.
Well, certainly a good way to start off our Crossbred Breeding Guild show at San Antonio, and a day I've been looking forward to for a long time since Brian called me, and it's good to be back at San Antonio and sort through the great stock in Texas, a great set of kids as we start off. And there's some challenges. I'm not going to say there's not in this particular class, and the key to, in my opinion, as a pig breeder, as a show dad, is to stay positive, and let's look at the quality first and talk about the immense quality we have in this particular drive. There's some sort on all 3 of these in terms of where they hit the ground, and I guess where I'd change them. As I sit back and ask myself which one has the most breeding value, which one brings to the table the pieces that I think it takes to make good livestock, the solid white gilt's going to be your class winner. I'm not going to tell you she's absolutely perfect when you get right behind her. I think she's a bit wider set at her hock in relation to the muscle she has at the top side of her pins and in her stifle. After that, she's the one of choice in terms of immaturity in the front 1/3 of her body. She's got a big arm, she's got a big set of bones, and from the side, I really just like her range of motion and looseness of skeleton better than the belted gilt that goes in 2nd. The belted gilt's the EST gilt in terms of width out here, and I wouldn't deny that. She comes to you just really, really impressive in terms of her skull shape. She's a big-chested, really good composition gilt out here comparatively to the gilt, especially that goes right behind her. I guess as the day, or I guess as the drive wears on, she becomes just a bit shorter stepping for me as you get to the rear 1/3 of her body, and probably in my opinion, with that kind of muscle, I'd like to ease her up in terms of her skeleton a bit. I really wanted to I really wanted to dig into the blue gilt that comes in third because I guess from a brood style standpoint, these kind won't get you in trouble. At the end of the day, I think in comparison to her contemporaries, she becomes just a bit quicker in terms of her composition. And when she comes right to you, I've got to make her bolder in her forearm. That gilt's got to have more general width in relation to the body fill and substance she has. An interesting gilt comes out next, and I guess she's probably not as much my speed as some others, but she's a really heads-up gilt that's awesome in terms of her back shape. She comes in pieces. When she comes to you, she wants to close up at the ground. She wants to push out in her elbow. And I guess comparatively to the kind of muscle she has on both ends of her bottom, I'd like to make her fuller in the center part of her body, ease her back in her hock shape a bit, and that's where we get critical of a very unique breeding piece that ends up fifth in a good kind of class. Here's another gilt, I guess, that comes out fifth that is very unique in terms of what she offers in terms of heaviness of structure. For me, she doesn't balance good enough. She's too dry and tucked up in her flank and her forerib, and then when you get right behind her, she wants to set too wide and outside on her hoof wall, and that's where we've got to make her better. We continue down the line. We've got a lot of nice gilts in this particular drive. Congratulations to those kids. Excellent way to start our San Antonio Crossbred Gilt Show.
While we're sorting our class number 2, we want to just take a minute to thank Creative Awards for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Livestock Show. Creative Awards specializes in all types of awards, custom-made belt buckles, banners, caps, apparel, and promotional items for associations and corporate incentive programs. Wayne and Sherry Rohde, along with their salespeople and staff, would like to wish all the exhibitors the best of luck at this year's show. We also want to take a moment to thank Lindner Feeds for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Junior Breeding Gilt shows. Thank you to all of our partners for making this happen for the kids in Texas.
things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by cross tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
Okay, we are back on class number 2. Class number 2, weights ranging from 207 to 222. A little more jump there. There's 47 head. Really a pretty deep class for a lighter weight division. This is one of the better lighter weight classes. I hope this is kind of a forecast for what we're going to see going forward. A really nice class. There's 4 or 5 really high quality ones. He's already kicked back 3 into pins, and deservedly so. It's a very deep class. I think he pinned 12. Right at a third to get a pin, but a nice group. I do know the calico gilt in the first pin was a in-game tricked out Cruel Intention from Laird's B. Lawson Taylor. Kind of a calico. True Creel in the next pin is a to the extreme. Probably raised by those TP boys up in Graham, I would imagine, or some association. The gilt in the first hole is Paige Friesenhahn from Southwest, and that's a heavy hitter. And I imagine that one's from Linder. Paisley Oglesby is in pin number 2, and she did not know her pedigree, and I have not texted Cole to find out. All black gilt. Paisley's not supposed to be that tall and old. She's still supposed to be that little girl that showed jackpots several years ago. I looked up, and the little girl's in high school now. He has got 4 pin back. He is working the bottom end from 12 up. He will probably sort these. He will sort these top 4. We'll kind of get an semblance of a top 4 here in a minute. Recognize some of the volunteers we have here with us. Some of the Blinn freshmen, I believe they're livestock judging kids from Blinn College there at Brenham, are helping. They've been very helpful here already, helping me gather some pedigrees and shake the pins, and very good livestock-minded young men. He'll come out of 1 is that heavy hitter gilt. I'm assuming she's a Linder gilt, and she is Paige Friesenhahn. Paisley Oglesby from Hamilton is also coming out of class 2, or coming out of pin number 2, all black gilt. I'm not sure her pedigree. The next gilt out is an in-game tricked out Cruel Intention from Laird and shown by Lawson Taylor. Very unique calico. And then True Creel, Haven Creel, to the extreme, comes out of the pin number 4. Very nice set of class 2 gilts. Again, weight range was from 207 to 222. The calico weighed 215. 215 on the Creel gilt, the 2 extreme gilt. The black gilt was 209. The gilt's 211, so 209 to 215 roughly. Looks like the Oglesby gilt goes 4, the black gilt. The calico goes 3rd. Between the 2 extreme gilt and the heavy hitter gilt for 1 and 2. Really nice pair of flexible, wide structured, big rib females that have got a good look, great running gears. It's a very, very nice pair, very well shown by these 2 young ladies. Very impressive duo. Ben has done a phenomenal job so far, and we didn't expect anything different. He's kept these hogs correct and stout and powerful, but still have a really good look to them, and it just very impressive, his job. Like the Linder bred gilt goes 2, and the 2 extreme gilt from the Creel family goes 1. Very nice pair.
Another nice class, and in my opinion, a more logical pair that soared to the top. And of that pair, the athlete out here, in terms of the gilt that is longer hipped and has the ability to cover the surface more comfortable, is a young lady here in the black shirt. And I'm not going to tell you that she's the densest one in terms of her forearm, and that's where I probably get just a bit critical of her. But I love her composition. I love her presentation in terms of her body fill and the way she looks at this weight. This gilt comes at you with length of neck, length of correct face, and really, really a big-chested gilt. Man, that one's really square going away. Her biggest advantages over the gilt in second, to me, are just length of hip and smoothness at the top side of her loin edge. And, man, that gilt is really, really comfortable and problem-free. The gilt that goes in second, man, this young lady's got her dialed into the nines, and I appreciate that. This is the boldest gilt we have in our top three in terms of her body shape. Extremely impressive when you get on top of her and study her from that perspective. I guess as I step away from her and study her on both ends of her appendages, she's a bit shorter in her crest, she's a bit shorter out of her rump, and then ever so slightly as she goes, she wants to drop in her hookup just a bit. But man, that's a bold square gilt that's got a lot of product and still stays functional enough out here to land in our top two. The breeding pieces, I guess you could say, will come as we continue down the line. I like the calico gilt's size and elevation to her length ratio. I think it's very appropriate. Simply for me, we've got to just redesign her shoulder set and the way she goes. She wants a short step. If we could ease her back in her shoulder and her forearm and give her more range of motion, that's a gilt that gets very competitive, in my opinion, because from there back, that's a bold, stout one that's got a big, useful kind of rear leg. Just got to make her more comfortable in the front 1/3 of her body. No doubt the biggest legged one comes in the black one that comes in fourth, and she does have a big, useful, stout kind of rear leg. Her front end design, in my opinion, it has to be redesigned to be a player in this particular class. Her shoulder set's too far forward. She comes in at her knees, she comes at you, and consequently she wants to get more U in her neck, and just never wanted to raise her pole there above her shoulder, but certainly one you appreciate from a bone and stoutness perspective. That's a good class. The young man coming out next had one that's just a little too flat in her forerib and her body shape for me, but one I like from a build perspective. Our blue one that comes out next is probably just a little puffy and full for me today. Maybe not as genuine in terms of her composition. Good class. Congratulations to those kids.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome you to Class 3 of the Crossbred Gilt Show here at San Antonio. And got a beautiful morning for a pig show here, and we'll kind of visit with you as we go through here and some of the highlights and kind of tie together the Crossbred Gilt Show today in unison with the premium gilt auction that we'll have there tomorrow. And we'll sell, the committee will go through and they'll select approximately 50 head of the very best gilts from today's event. And you'll be able to participate and bid and buy online or here on site tomorrow. And certainly if the first two classes are any indication of the quality that's coming our way later today, it's going to be an event you'll want to watch and make sure you participate in tomorrow along with the show today.
Once again, a very challenging class, Crossbred Gilts. We're going to release those in the middle arena. Let's give them a big round of applause and show them some appreciation for all their hard work and efforts.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dip galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all of your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Kind of walk through some of this for some of you that are at home watching along and following along today. And in case it's your first San Antonio, one of the things that makes these Texas majors so unique, and particularly San Antonio, is how they have to sort through the hogs. And so, like this particular class, your judge had 50 head that he had to start with. And then out of those 50 head, he had to sift down to kind of a top 10 here. And so basically the way they stage those things is all the hogs must come through and be viewed one at a time. And then Ben Boble's your judge from Illinois today. Ben will sift those gilts and the ones that strike him really, really hard. He'll send them right up front to the scales and get them pinned up here. And then sometimes you'll hear it referred to by a lot of the experienced veterans in the show business as the Dead Sea. And so what you'll have is here in the show ring, when you're watching that large group of gilts come out, Ben just gets about 3 or 4 seconds there to get an initial impression. And sometimes a gilt takes a bad step, or maybe a kid's not quite driving 100% right out of the gates in that small sift ring. And so he gets them out here in the large ring and gets an opportunity to make sure all the kids get a good thorough run and a good thorough inspection. And upon evaluation, sometimes you find a really good one out here in the Dead Sea that just took a bad step or just didn't get a good initial look. And so Ben gets an opportunity then to come back and pull out the big ring of gilts. If he finds one that's a little higher quality that maybe he missed, then those hogs get a chance for reevaluation as well and get consideration for cracking the top 10 overall. And then as you see, as we go through the day, the committee for the auction tomorrow is going to be watching along, and they'll be selecting the best of the very best, and those will be the gilts that they'll select that will be eligible for the sale tomorrow. And again, they'll have approximately 50 head of those. So got a great guy sorting, very, very capable, and Ben Boble from Illinois today. He's great with the young people, and certainly no stranger to raising high-quality show pigs.
Dave did say definitely it being exactly right. Very talented young man. He's really done a nice job in those first 2 classes. We've got a good class here. They've really jumped up weight-wise, 223 to 230. So actuality, they're weighing, in them mid to low 40s, and hogs are getting some more growth and some height and extension to them. We've got a Linder gilt pinned in first. Don't know the second gilt. No, I do know. That kid did find out. Keep Cool on a Brandon Sal from Wiz and Hunts. I don't think the 3rd girl and 4th girl knew their pedigrees. I believe the 5th gilt is maybe a Wintex type deal. She's a heavy hitter. Our Berkshire Appearing Gilt is a just for Berks. Nice looking barrow making Berkshire Gilt. She's going to stand about 10th or 11th. Top 5 or 6 are pretty competitive in this class. It's going to be very, very good to watch some differences. If you're viewing them online, you can really get down there and see some things. And as we start to sell and establish some sale holes. The first 2 classes, he has selected preliminary 2 gilts in each class. Again, each class winner is guaranteed to make the sale, but they'll bring a second one out for a preliminary, and we'll evaluate afterwards with Ben which ones he wants to keep. An off-belted Linder bred gilt. I believe the young man said she was from Linder. Didn't know her pedigree, but Linder gilt. Keep Cool Brandon. I believe Keep Cool is maybe a Knopf boar. Nice white exotic kind of gilt. Really like this gilt coming in third. I don't know what she is. She didn't know, but that is a very good structured one. Built extremely well. I think Ben's kind of into that one at this point. Looks like the Keep Cool Brandon gilt goes 6th, I believe. Me and Dave were just talking really nice, deep class here, by far the toughest, deepest class we've seen. I don't know if Dave introduced himself. He probably didn't. Dave Mullins, Colonel Dave Mullins, will be our auctioneer tomorrow for our gilt sale. He is auctioneer, owns a sale platform, really good livestock guy. Uniquely enough, he does probably as much or more cattle auctions and consulting and things, sale management type role as he does in the pig deal, but raises some really nice pigs in his show pig operation in Indiana. We have asked Dave the last couple of years to come down and visit about our pigs and auction our sale and use him as a consultant. We will sit him down there next tomorrow with Ben on our preview in the morning, and really enjoyed him and Brett last year. Like to see their inside and how these hogs fit into a show pig production program, and really value their opinions on things. And we are definitely blessed to have him involved. Ben has sorted his top 3, and we will now listen to them.
You know, as this class was coming through, maybe we got in a little bit of a rut or a routine where we weren't bringing a lot through. Then they all came in a big wave, and it's fun when you get to major stock shows and get to sort good livestock. And there's some differences and some quality here in our top 3 or 4. In my opinion, was non-negotiable on our class winner, the young lady drives. And this gilt to me combines some very good things in terms of elevation and length ratios is on point from that perspective. I love her immaturity she has out here amongst the contemporaries in terms of her composition and her flesh. And then you go to the ground, and she's one of the stronger footed, bigger footed, heavier bone, just more durable looking gilts of the drive. That's a very nice kind of gilt to win this particular class. I wouldn't tell you that she's the most overwhelming when you get right on top of her in terms of her body shape or her just the dimension she has in her heart region. And that's where this gilt in second is quite frankly a little little overwhelming in this the contemporary group because, man, the center part of her body, her rib cage, her shoulder shape, and her blade is awesome. I love those things about her. I think when you get right behind her, her rear leg wants to disappear a little bit in terms of the column of bone she has from her hock to the ground. She probably gets to be just a little more fragile comparatively to that class winner. I still like her elevation, her length of neck, and the way that shoulder and head attach onto her blade versus our gilt that comes out in third. Young man's got another really, really bold set, wide-bodied, stout kind of gilt that comes out next. I love the upper rib cage and the spread she has coming at the backside of her shoulder. I'm more comfortable with her skeleton comparatively to the gilt that comes out right behind her. When you step back off this one, she doesn't read as dense in her bone, her forearm, and her feature as those two gilts that go above her. But, man, that one's very, very impressive on the top side of her skeleton. And right there is where I'm more comfortable versus the gilt that comes out next. Some very unique pieces of our young lady in pink that comes out next. I love her skull shape, and I love the bone and stoutness she offers. Another one that's very, very fresh in terms of her presentation. For me, she's got to be better when she goes right away. She wants to put more weight on the outside of her hoof wall. She wants to get a bit wider set at her stifle and her hock joint. We fixed her there. I think she gets to be a major player in this particular class. Another gilt coming out next that I like, the elevation and the length that she offers in this particular drive. When I stepped to the side, I didn't see this gilt being as comfortable in either end of her skeleton. She's just got a different shape to her hock joint, and then her neck doesn't want to tie as well at the top side of her shoulder. But, man, that thing's got some good type of pieces. White gilt coming out next is extra dense. We've got to loosen her up off of both ends. Good class of crossbred gilts. Congratulations to all those kids. Make sure we put our hands together for them as they exit.
Good pair of gilts that will come back here for the division a little later in Class 3. Your class winner is shown by London Bowman. She's representative of Davenport FFA. And second in that class was Elizabeth Jansen, representing Hayes County 4-H. And so real nice pair of gilts that we had there, and has been alluded to, probably a little more quality in that top five maybe than we've seen in the in terms of depth than we saw in the first two classes even. So as you'd expect, as the maturity and the power continues to crank up, the quality of these gilts will continue to get better and better today. At a quick glance and some quick math, which is never safe with me, but looks like we're going to be in that 650 to 700 head of crossbred gilts today. I think numbers will be up just a tick from last year if that's the case. Looks like these classes in terms of size are going to range anywhere from 32 to 50 per class, and so just cracking the top 10 and then essentially getting to a class winner here at San Antonio is obviously a big feat, and so a lot of quality, a lot of fun to watch a set of hogs come through the ring and young show people come through the ring like this and this setting and environment. And it's hard to grasp if you're not sitting up here from our perspective, but where you're up here above and you can see the sea of folks that are out there watching and crowding around. It's a big deal, so certainly encourage you if you ever have the opportunity, whether it's this week for the Gilts or the next draft as the Barrows come through. If you ever have a chance to get here to San Antonio, it's certainly an awesome show. And, of course, with the city laid out the way it is and the Riverwalk and some of the dining and things of that nature, it's certainly kind of a neat experience to come down here and spend 2 or 3 days. And so certainly feel fortunate to work with the crew here, Brian Ferris and folks, and Justin's in charge of the sale committee, and get to come down here and serve as the auctioneer and participate in this event. It's certainly a privilege.
Once again, a really deep and big class of crossbred gilts. Let's give these kids a big round of applause and show appreciation for all their hard work and effort as we excuse the ones in the ring.
Okay, back to the Crossbred Gilt Show. This is Class 4. Weights from 231 to 238. 50 head. Very nice class. Just kind of gathering some pedigrees in the back. The quality is very, very good. There's a very special blue gilt on this hen. Just a nice set all the way through. Be interesting to see how they sort out if they get out of the pins. But we're starting to get in some size and some weight here. Really kind of approaching a little more of an appropriate market hog size, even though these are breeding gilts, obviously. But we're getting closer to the size they need to be. There's a young lady here with a Linder gilt and about pin 5. That's very impressive. Just a really, really good set of hogs all the way through. Kind of interesting to see as they wrap up and come out of the pins, what they look like. But we are in the second to last class in our first division. Our first division will break at 244. 239 at 244 will be Class 5. Will be our last break in there. But really nice Rising Sun gilt from DL Show Pigs, if you know the Crones. Josh and Bridget out in West Texas raise some very, very nice hogs. Extremely good people, and they are on top of this deal right now, raising good hogs across the board. Family. The young lady with the black gilt did not know her pedigree. That's another very attractive gilt. Young man coming out, it's got a big stout-tailed one. It's got some bone and look. He did not know his pedigree as well. This is, I do know this one. Timber. Mother was a very expensive gilt from the Kings a couple years ago. She grabs that first pin. Here comes the Linder gilt coming out of class or pin number 5. Mentioned earlier, awfully special gilt as well. Very deep class.
Sounds like the scale monster attacked one. Maybe we're down to 9 in this particular class.
Here's Thomas Show Pigs gilt, and he said party foul. This young lady coming out next said the gilt came from Brian Selvey, and she thought he was sired by Monkey Sister. I would love to see that boar's picture if there's a boar named Monkey Sister. There's been lots of monkeys in the show pig industry. Monkey Breath, Space Monkey, Monkey Sister. That's a new one. Gilt coming out in the next pin, all black gilt, young lady in the aqua shirt is a Chatter Revolution from Kevin Thomas. Seeing some all black hogs is kind of encouraging. People are showing those, and still nice kind of set of hogs. The gilt coming in the last pin. They said it came from Gold Amers. She's a heavy hitter. I believe is what he said. Wyatt Robbins. Like he's got his top 5 to reconsider, and we'll start placing, I guess, 9 to 6. Still 4 really nice gilts out here. Blue gilt looked awfully good when she hit the pin. Maybe not as heavy structured as a few other ones, but still just a great design kind of female. All 4 of these gilts have got bone, muscle, body. It's a nice group all the way through. Ben's been pretty easy to follow. Very, very accurate in his descriptions, and what you see is what you get when you hear his evaluation. Very impressive. Thomas gilt goes 9, party foul gilt. DL gilt, the Rising Sun gilt goes 8. All black gilt goes 7. Don't know what she is, and the gilt that we're not sure on pedigree, Monkey's sister or something, was 7.
Attention in the barns. Attention in the barns. There should be no pigs on Freeman Boulevard. You should be exercising area on the north side of the barns. No pigs should be outside on Freeman Boulevard.
Gilt coming out in the first hole, 18,479, is a picture of this timber. That is one big square-hipped one. Big hind leg that moves pretty well. Very well presented, great design, big-bodied. Really nice liner gilt comes in the second hole. I like that one's body shape. Rear rib and flank design, length to hip design. That's a nice pair. Stout made, pretty dense. Gilt comes in third. Maybe not quite as good on her hind legs, posture, and the way she flexes as our top 2. In front of her. All black chatter gilt comes in the fourth. Out of the fourth pin. Really a big rib one. Wide behind. Gold Amber, kind of a clowned up calico looking gilt, comes in the 6th hole or 5th hole here. Extra elevated, a little more rigid on both ends. Nice kind of female. She's going to go 5. Little boy goes 3rd. I don't know that one's pedigree, but a very nice gilt in her own right. And the three the best structured gilts come in the deal. He's going to land on a pair of them, and I guess I thought he placed 3rd. I guess he's got 3 back out here. Now would be a nice time to tune back in if you're watching, or they get down there and watch these gilts at the ground and watch how their skeletons assemble and get on top of them. Lots of gilts to these 3. Thomas Chatter gilt goes 3rd, and he does a nice job showing that one. A little more out there from behind, but an awfully nice gilt. This pair is very impressive.
It's a good pair. It's exactly kind of where I thought he would land, and it's easy to sit on this side of the fence and be up here an extra 8 or 10 feet and look down upon them and have an opinion until you're down there on the turf with them. It's just hard to get an accurate read. But from where we're sitting, I was sure with him hand in hand. I think that class winner is just real, real good.
I agree, David. Reeves and Smythe raised this one, I'm assuming. Brandon was chirping some pedigree to me. And I know he bought the sow a couple years ago at King's for a large sum of money, an F-350 pickup kind of money. and or more than that now probably, but awfully impressive gilt. I don't remember where she's from. Maybe Trace.
I'd say without a doubt the deepest and most consistent class that we've been through today. And I'm not going to tell you that this pair, we get to the top look of a lot similar in terms of a couple things, but I can guarantee you one thing. The one that's the densest, the heaviest duty, that has incredibly good feet and goes to the surface with just unequaled squareness in this particular class is a young man here with the half-belted gilt here to my right. And, the outside, from the outside, you may say, man, she's a little jammed up, Bobo. Like, what do you think about that head shape? I like it. That's what our sows at home look like that can generate next level type of show pigs. And when you watch her come and go, she's absolutely built as square as you can make them pin, hock. You can see her rear foot. She shows it to you as she goes away, and then she turns and comes at you, and it's got a tough He-Man type of look, square in her chest, really, really big, and she goes to the ground. I'm not going to tell you that she's as elevated and as long-necked as this gilt that comes in second. Young lady just does a really, really nice job presenting her. This gilt has more elevation, and I think that where we're at in this stage of the game, it's okay to talk about that as a positive. Never thought I'd say that because I don't like tall show pigs, but I think in this situation, that is one of her class advantages, is that she's taller shouldered, and from a distance, this one has just an unbelievable type of silhouette from that perspective. There's a couple places I don't see her as just as elite as that gilt that wins this particular drive. When she comes to me, her forearm's just not as big. When she goes away, I don't see her using her rear leg as effectively. It's not as big, and I don't think, at the end of the day, we talked about her elevation, and that is very, very positive. I don't see her being as naturally smooth built in the way that her crest sets onto her pole and the way that it blends in there, but that's being very critical. That's a very nice show pig the young girl drives. Congratulations, those two kids. That's a fun pair to sort. Very different, but very, very high quality. That's not to take away from our solid black gilt, the young lady in third drives, because here's a very practical gilt. I'd like to call her the meat and potatoes in this class, but I hate when a judge tells me that my daughter's showing a meat and potatoes because I think they're bland and common, and this one's not that at all. This is a gilt that you really like as you break her down from a skeletal standpoint. She's good as she goes to the ground. When I step away from her, she doesn't hit me as hard the way that her head and neck tie into her shoulder blade, and she too wants to become just a little more just bland as you get right on top of her. Comparatively, those gilts will go above her, but man, that's a really nice gilt. End up in third in a good class. I told the sale committee, I said, man, this gilt in fourth maybe doesn't overwhelm some people, but she's really good where she needs to be, and that's from a basic skeleton standpoint. I considered moving her up really high because I love her silhouette. I love her immaturity. The problems come when I get on top of her. There's not enough spread. There's not enough body shape. There's not enough fill to run with those gilts to go right above her, but certainly I think that one has some quality from that perspective. Our gilt that comes out next, I'm telling you, from a distance, she can really get high on your list because she's elevated. She has a very, very distinct look, and not only her color pattern, but man, she's got hair, and I know that's popular right now. I'm not going to sort them strict line hair. That's an EST for this one, and definitely for those that think that's where we need to be. You can buy her in the sale or buy her in the back, wherever she may lay. She has two problems, and that's where we got to fix her. For the amount of hip that she has, her body shape's too flat. We get right behind her. She wants to push out her rear joint. That's why we got to make them better. Very good class. Lots of good kids. Congratulations to them all.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
As we alluded to in that last class, good pair of gilts. Your class winner shown by Charles Davis from Joshua FFA, and again, really high quality kind of gilt. And as you would expect, from our perspective, which means absolutely nothing, I thought Ben nailed the pair. And again, as he alluded to, the deepest class of the day, I thought. And then I think it's we had a misprint, but I think that's Kayla Burns, so second place, representing Medina County 4-H. But again, Justin had those pedigrees. I don't have them in front of me, but I think that class winning gilt was a picture of this on a timber, he said, and real high quality individual. Looks like Ben's getting down to the short rows, maybe 8 or 10 left, kind of coming through the preliminary sift here in this particular class. In this Class 5 Crossbred Gilts that you're watching. Looks like he's got most of his pins gathered up and full. Going to get a few more out here in the Dead Sea, and don't be alarmed with the silence. I've been on the opposite end of this thing, so we're not going to wear you out today with commentary. When Justin gets back up here, he's kind of been spending time back there behind the pins and things. He's gathering some pedigree information. We don't have that up here on the announcer stand to share with you. We've only got the exhibitors and their 4-H and FFA chapters, along with their numbers and the weights of the gilts. So we don't have any breeder pedigree info. So be patient with us. We'll gather what we can when we can, and then obviously we'll have all those things gathered up and printed off and available for you prior to tomorrow's auction.
Really tough way to end our our lightweight division here. Excellent class, lots of quality, good set of hogs. Let's give these kids a big round of applause and show them some encouragement as we head back to the pen and release these in the arena.
Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
Final class of our first division. 239 and 244, 47 head. A few have asked, we do the divisions at the end of the show. We don't do them after the division, but for the champion reserve. A few have asked how the sale works. Again, all class winners are guaranteed to make the sale, and then we will video a preliminary group, and at the end of the day, we will sit and evaluate with our judge to see which ones he wants to put in the sale. One of the deeper classes of the day, I think he pinned 12 or 13 back there. He just pinned one back. She did not know her pedigree. That was an impressive gilt. Gilt just came out. White gilt's a wham. Linder gilt. I believe she was a wham never before is what they told me. Yeah, wham never before. Kind of a white bear maker looking thing to me. Whams have been very well represented.
Sure wouldn't be the first time that Luke has sent a pile of good gilts to this show.
One going to sneak out of a pin, the last pin to open. That's looked very unique coming off the scales a minute ago. Miss Ottmers does an awfully good job. You're exactly right. Luke and Jason and the Kreutlanders are always in the hunt. They'll have a phenomenal breeding program, and I guess a shameless plug, they are big sponsors with us here and are a great people and a great nutrition company. Very fortunate to have them involved here. Got a variety of gilts here. There's some different colors and different kinds. Comes that Linder gilt come out of the last pin. Figured he would kind of dig that one. Little correction on the Ottmer's gilt. She's actually from Cameron Knight. Night Show Pigs up there on the plains. Tad and Cameron. Thanks for the text on that one. Feel free to send any text messages that relate to these pedigrees.
Really big class and deep. Let's give the kids in the arena a round of applause as we send them back to the pens.
Test. There we go. Ben is sorting the top end of his class 5 here. Starting to get into some hogs with some more maturity and some length to their bone work and some extension. Kind of see some things a little more as we're approaching a more of a market size. A very impressive group. I did say the Ottmer's gilt coming out next. She'll be the 6th gilt to come out as a Smoke Another Never Before. Excuse me, Smoked Another Tricked Out. Smoked Another has done very well here today. Several in the top 3 or 4. And this one is no exception. She is very impressive. Among a very good class. What impresses me, Dave, is how much power these hogs have and still how flexible they are in their skeleton and just their body shape's appropriate at this size.
No, I would concur, especially thinking about like that last class winner in Class 4 is the one. I'm going to confess, I've been pretty grumpy the last 12 to 18 months. I've seen a lot of good hogs get beat by big-legged single trait selection hogs. And I've not been real quiet. It's just my opinion, and it's not worth anything. But and I think what you're seeing today, and again, I thought she was a testimonial to it, and this is a good set of gilts. I mean, these gilts fit the exact same mold as the one he used to win the first class and the third class. And you've got a guy out here that's breeding livestock. He's not multiplying and swinging for the fences to make one pig. I mean, he's a guy that understands that, these gilts got to be built right, particularly in a world where we're using boars that are swinging hard and fast. And, it's living proof that you can take stout-made gilts that are still clean in their joints. They're still elegant about their front end. They're comfortable in their running gear. They've got good feet and legs, and they don't have to be the most. Now, when you can find the most and they still do all those things, you've got something that's incredibly unique. And I think here again, you got the 5 are still out here, these dark cross gilts, and there's bits and pieces about all of them that make them unique and high-quality representatives in their own right. And then a couple that reach a little further. And so ultimately, which ones can sustain the drive, which ones hold together and still have the most, I think is what you're seeing here. And so, again, that was my soapbox. I agree with you. I mean, and I'm not surprised in the least that Ben's talking things about gilts that are, look like gilts and still got some presence about their front end. Gilts have got some length of hip, and they're capable of extending their hock past their tail head as they get out here and move on the surface, along with being stout and burly. And so certainly refreshing, and certainly appreciate him just coming out here and just putting the good ones up and just taking the ones he likes.
Absolutely. I think they were spot on those comments. And I listened to a podcast on the way to San Antonio the other day, and it was actually Brandon Horns on that Empower You, and he talked about some really unique things, obviously, and anytime you hear him talk, it's pretty unique and does a great job of describing things. But he said, we've got not always the biggest topped one, not always the biggest butted one, the biggest bone one, the biggest haired one to win. Now it's a kind of a walking show. And after he just absolutely donkey slammed the Fort Worth Steer Show, he was exactly accurate. I mean, these hogs, and all livestock, the power hogs are still going to win, but they're going to have to be athletic. They're going to have to go and move and flex and sustain that. And that's what they're falling out. Not that he's walking them down or anything, but the athletic ones are coming to the top. They still maintain the power and the width and the skeleton. There's a trio out here that are very good. They're not all alike. The third, there's one kind of an outlier, and there's 2 more power hogs. And of the 2 power hogs, one's a little more in the middle, and one's a little on the outside. And I think they're pretty good as a group, and I'm very excited to maybe try to market these things tomorrow at a high level, because they have that generating look and type about them. Ben's just nailing them. I mean, he is just absolutely nailing them. From the popcorn gallery, it's easy to look from here, but he is just flat nailing them. Gets on the microphone and describes them to a T. Very, very special pair. Tune in and watch these things, guys. Go coming at you and leave you, because it is good.
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to do with that young lady's gilt, whether she's 1st or 7th, but I can assure you she's not for the faint of heart. And if you want to make some big-time strides, that one's an outlier.
The black-lid gilt's unique. I mean, that is one wide-structured, big-hipped one. Doesn't have as much bone. The posture to her hind leg is not quite as good. A little flatter-footed up front, but there's a lot to that one. You get up high, she's got a really wide open blade set, big in her upper rib and her forerib, and love her flank line and her depth. Still flexes good, still goes and steps her track well, and still right underneath. Interesting. Went ahead and used the black-legged gilt to win. Nice pair.
Interesting class, and you get to the last class in division, you'd expect there to be some quality, and I do think there's a lot of quality in this particular class. I wish I could take these first 4 or 5 and blend them together and maybe get to a spot that I'm a little more comfortable with just from a mobility standpoint, because I'm not going to tell you that there's a gilt in here that's length of hip and length of step behind is ideal from that perspective. I think as we get to a top pair of them, and I think they're 2 big, bold gilts that are both equally as impressive when you get on top of them in terms of spread. Simply put, the gilt that wins is longer hipped. I think she extends her hock further behind her tail, and I think just quite simply her spine looseness and levelness there at her 10th is more appropriate in this situation. And then, boy, when you get on top of her, just like our gilt in second, very, very impressive. That's a good gilt. I wish maybe her feet were a bit stronger, but man, I'm not one to be critical of that, because I think her shoulder blade and her set to her forearms appropriate. I think that's a good place to start. From this gilt, it goes in second. From her black in that to forward, I love her. Man, that's a big arm, very, very big chested gilt that comes to you appropriate in terms of her head shape. At the end of the day, I've got to make her longer hipped, and I just have to allow her to push that hock further behind her tail. That's being critical, because I think that gilt's really close to being a very, very, very good one. I think she's still high quality in this particular situation. For me, she comes in a few more pieces than I would term ideal. Our gilt that comes in third, if I could give her a shot more muscle, candidly, she's the one that I could land on, because I love her comfort. She may be the most comfortable out here as the drive goes on, and she just looks too general for me at this stage in this setting of the game. As you get on top of her, she wants to flatten the most in her forerib and her shoulder blade and the center part of her body. It's a good gilt. She won't get you in trouble. I still think at the end of the day she needs to have more. Maybe the most impressive one in terms of the spread she has is the gilt that comes out next. I love her squareness as she goes away. That's a very, very impressive view. I guess as I get to the side of her of our initial 4, she balances the poorest. In my opinion, she's a little bit lower set in her neck and her head, and at the same time, she wants to get just a bit easier in her spine. But man, that one's packing a lot when you get right on top of her. I think she's got some unique pieces, maybe doesn't blend them together as well for me in that situation. I have no idea how these are bred. I'd love to know how this gilt in 5th is bred, and I'll be the first to tell you she's too mature looking and probably not shapely enough to be a show gilt. I'd love to buy that gilt. I think that one has very, very unique breeding value in terms of her bone, her foot, her feature. Doesn't hit me as an ideal show gilt. Got lots of good pieces. Good class. Congratulations to all these kids.
We're gathering up some information on your first and second place exhibitors, and again, just Ben making everybody look smart up here. Just refreshing again. I alluded to it, and then as soon as he grabbed the mic, talking about hogs that are a little shorter in their hip, and he, it almost feels like he's going back in the archive, talking about hogs that are set right in their blade, hogs that have some cushion and comfort in their knee and can cover the surface and withstand the drive. And again, I just think that's a deal where a guy's been in the business breeding successful hogs and a lot of them for a lot of years already in his life. And so outstanding job with Ben, and 2 again, real reaching kind of gilts there he uses to win the class. But like I said, it's enjoyable when you see a guy that hits the surface, whether it's here, and I know there's 2 very capable guys over there in the purebred ring sorting stock today. Guys are just using the good ones, and so be exciting. Stay tuned. We've got a lot more action to come here in your Crossbred Gilt Show.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
Okay, the Class 1 gilt was a Wham from Linder. Class 2 is a To the Extreme, No Guts, No Glory from County Line. She is from the Creel family. Gilt was reserved grand there at
Bringing in our
Young
class champions for our lightweight division drive is out of class number 1 is Tanner Morris of the Giddings FFA. Out of class 2, Haven Creel, Newcastle FFA. Out of class 3, Landon Bowman, Davenport FFA. Class number 4 is Charles Davis of Joshua FFA. Out of class number 5, Truett Lidke, Cuero FFA.
And I don't know the pedigree on the Class 3 gilt. Class 4 was the Trace. She's a picture of this out of the Trace Amigos gilt from Kings a couple years ago. The high seller. And we have not heard, and that was from Reeves and Smythe. We have not heard on Class 5 a pedigree on that one. We will know by the end of the day. All 5 of these gilts are in the sale, and I did tell you wrong earlier from your listening and viewing audience. I was wrong on that. We did the divisions afterwards, the division champions. I must have been mixed up, like they said on the Barra show. But, yeah, these are your 5 class winners, class 1 through 5. This will be your lightweight division and reserve division champion. Again, all 5 of these are guaranteed in the sale. In the preliminary, we will sort back and get the numbers later.
Well, let's put our hands together for the first division of Crossbred Gilts here in San Antonio, and I would tell you it's been a fun morning. It's been a challenging morning, and I'd argue with you if you look out here and maybe you hadn't seen all the classes and say, man, these look quite a bit different. And I'm not going to argue with you; they do. I think there's some differences in terms of head shape. I think there's some differences in terms of maturity and immaturity. I think there's some differences in terms of skeleton. It's where we're at today in the pig industry, and I would challenge those that think think they're not good enough to step in the water because it's deep, it's hot, and it's hard to make very, very elite livestock. And I think the challenge that we run into is that we talk about elite, we talk hard to make pieces. Those are the ones that people like because they're the most extreme. I think that's the wrong thing we're doing in this industry. Let's use the pigs that have the least amount of problems and call those the most elite and the farthest reaching. And I guess as I stand out here, I think they're all stout enough. I think they're all burly enough. I think they all utilize some skeleton in the right way. There's one to me that just reads to be the least mature about her head and neck. Man, she just went through a tough class. She keeps going and going and going. Young man wins the last class, won this division. Congratulations to him.
Champion Division 1 Crossbred is through at 50. Coming in for reserve is Landry Otler for Fredericksburg FFA.
Congratulations to Truett. Again, as been described, that was your class winner from last class in the division. And again, real accurate. Talked it like it was a 2-horse race within class, and then the same here in division. And he opted to use one that was just a little longer, a little sleeker headed, and maturity pattern that fit, and just been spot on in his description all day long of the good gilts.
We bring that second place in. As I talked about that guild in class, I think a very, very interesting pig, and I'd be critical to say that from her front, I would be non-critical to say that her front 2/3 is nearly ideal in my opinion in terms of head shape, arm, and stoutness and width. As I talked about her in class, I just would like to lengthen her out of her rump and maybe just give her a little more reach and bend to her rear leg. I still think she's really close. I'm going to keep her in a pair. She'll be reserved in this division.
The Landry Ottmers, their second place gilt out of that final class, class 5 in division.
Your reserve lightweight division crossbred is Landry Otmers of Fredericksburg FFA.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk. things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
Okay, a couple results, category-wise, out of Division One. Our Class 5 first and second were the champion reserve in Division One. The champion was from Truett Lutke from Kiro. And it was from M. Shane Brenning, Keota, Iowa. Allow Me, Bow Before Me. Allow Me's the Albright Hog, I believe. That's at Moyers. Bow Before Me, I think, is a hog that Shane had. Landry Ottmers had the reserve. Second out of Class 5 reserve in the first division. She was a Smoke Another, Tricked Out from Tad Knight and Knight Show Pigs. Cameron Knight. Always a tough bunch. They do a great job. Two great programs represented. No strangers to the banners and the backdrops. Very excited to market those hogs tomorrow. Feel free to reach out to me for any questions, and also Dave Mullins. Get you Dave's number here. Dave can be reached at 317-503-2798. I can be reached, Justin Rogers, at 405-255-3076. Tremendous pair of gilts. We'll have a closer, as we get closer in the sale order down the lane with the third division, with the three divisions, we'll know a little more later this evening. But so far, this has not disappointed. Like it does every year, we ramp up. And this is by far the best champion reserve Division One that we've experienced since 2018, when this show was an exception. Very, very impressive. They are about to start Division Two here in a few minutes. Little restroom break for our judge and get sorted back, but he has done a very good job of sorting these things very efficiently, professionally, accurately, and very, very timely. And so we'll be back in a few minutes.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slant gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
Real big class to start off our middleweight division. Let's give the kids in the arena a big round of applause and then some encouragement as we release them to the pins.
Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
Okay. Welcome back. That's not on. Welcome back to the Class 8 to be the first class of the second division. Weights from 245 to 250. The lady that just came out with Black Gilt, they said she was a Game of Thrones. Didn't know the pedigree on the calico. This young man said, coming out next, he said he was a cotton appin, never before. Gilt coming out, and the young lady in the white sweater is a Buckle Up from Chris and Blake Danner. I think she said she's out of a never before sow. Pretty stout one there. This young man did not know.
We've had a few exhibitors that made the first sword, and let's give the kids left in the arena a big round of applause and some encouragement as they go back to the pen.
Real solid way to start off our second division here in San Antonio, and I think there's a little more give and take maybe as we get down to some of these, and I don't know that either one of these guilds paint a perfect picture in my opinion from the side, but I guess when we just really break them down and talk about which one's the most durable, which one's the stoutest, and which one I think just has a more correct angle to her shoulder and her forearm. At the same time, I probably just prefer her length to hip and range of motion. The young man there in the middle of the ring is going to have your class winner, and that gilt really is impressive when she comes directly at you in terms of her skull shape. She's big bladed and she's stout. Again, from the side, I guess when I get off of her, she wants to get a bit easier in her top and maybe just a bit rounder out of her hip. I think in this situation it allows her to go ahead and use her rear joint just a little more effectively than the painted up gilt that goes in second. I like the front 1/3 of the gilt especially well that goes in second. The young man drives here, and I think that one's got a very, very neat look as she comes right to you. Very impressive in terms of length of body to height ratio. She's one of the shorter body gilts on this particular drive. I don't know if it's color or just I think it's a matter of she's just a bit short stepping from behind. Maybe gets just a little jammed up on both ends of her skeleton. Bold, stout, good from that perspective. Again, I just like to lengthen her out of her rump and give her a little more length of step from behind. The gilt that comes out next does have that from a profile, and she's a longer bodied gilt, a little bit lower set. It wants to show it wants to maybe just throw off her proportions a little bit in this situation. And then when I get right behind her, she's a gilt to me that wants to step just a little bit wide. You wouldn't expect it from the side because her range of motion's really, really good from that perspective. She's not as dense in her bone work. She's a little bit wider stepping from behind. And again, I think her biggest challenges come from a proportion standpoint. Her length to height ratio in this particular situation is not perfect. Young man drives a shorter body gilt that's good in the center part of her rib cage. She's fresh and appropriately presented out here. I thought she got a little deeper set in her throat latch and her neck, and I don't think she just hit me as elite in terms of her extras from that perspective. Good class. Young lady coming out there with the solid black gal in fifth. I like her immaturity. I like her body feel and presentation. She becomes the narrowest and flattest gauged of our top five. Good class. Congratulations to those kids.
Once again, just an extremely deep class of crossbred gilts. Let's give those kiddos in the arena a big round of applause and encouragement as they head back to their pens.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
Okay, we're back in the second division in Class 9, the second class of Division 2. Looks like a very high quality class top to bottom. Gilt coming out right now is a Quite Frankly Shug from D2. Livestock there in Bandera. Young lady coming in the next pin, a striped sweater. Another Shug from also from D2, I believe. Black leg of gilt strolling across the ring right there. Been studying her awfully hard. She gets a pin. Dallas Juan Carlos Martinez comes out next. I'm not sure what that one is, but if you know this young man, quite the personality, he gets a pin. Off belt to black gilt. Maybe Scott will text me. Dallas's Gilts are buckled up, saved by grace from Cranes. Heating up pretty good here, folks. Nice class. Pin 4 back, kind of sorting through the preliminary. These gilts are weighing 251 to 256, 48 head in this class. He's got 5 pinned. I'm sure he'll start going from 10 or 11 and back to the back up. We sure have appreciated Ben's comments on, using the extra ones that are just extra good, extra balanced, extra. He didn't really use those words, but I just one that just combines so many things. Not so much the out there ones, but the ones that are out there that still have feet and leg structure, correctness and build and look and design, but still have the extras as well. Been pretty easy to follow. Been a really interesting top 4 or 5 to come out here in a minute. Really a high quality set he pinned back initially, and it's going to be very impressive to watch. Breeders, tune into this set. I think there's some definitely some breeding pieces in this deal from a pedigree standpoint and a genetic outlook standpoint. And as you look at them and kind of project some look and design and some future on them compared to their genetics, pretty hot genetics coming out, and they sure don't disappoint as you evaluate them. He's about to sort back into that. He's getting the final places, and he's going to sort back into the top 5 or 6.
Our judges sorted out in the top 10 in the class. Let's give the remaining 3 exhibitors a big round of applause and encouragement as they head on back. Really deep, tough class of crossbred gilts.
Okay, gilt coming out next. Again, first hole is the Smoke Another Shug. And that is Reagan Bragg from Stephenville. Dallas Martinez is next. Buckled Up Saved by Grace from Crane. That's all I've got pedigree-wise at this point. Really an impressive gilt. Just came out of 4. Great design from the side. I'm curious what she looks like underneath. But, that is a big, stout, powerful maid female. Tremendously impressive quality. (18-19) young lady in the red shirt has got a tremendously bold-centered female. Opens up really bold and from blade to hip and big pin set. Really attractive from the side. 100,009. The other girl, young lady with a red sweater. Super bold, big rib kind of female. It's got a big forearm. Maybe just a little flatter up front on her footwork, but lots to that female. $11.56 he's evaluating. There's a lot to that female. Just bold and stout, wide. Still squares up good from behind. 5 tremendous belted females. Be willing to say he'll probably sell down quite a few in this class, at least preliminary. Bragg smoking another gilt goes 5, maybe just a little outside of herself on her hind leg. Great looking from the side. Really stout trio. Put these in motion and they're starting to kind of separate themselves just a little bit skeletally in their angles. Curious what this 18-219 is. She is very unique. There's Braylon Walgreen from Lavernia. $11.56, 5.67. Jacqueline Pena from Banquet goes 3. Dallas Juan Carlos Martinez. And he's going to go 2 in this real unique 18-219. Braylon Walgreen from Lavernia.
Really nice class, and especially I think as we get to a top 5, 6 of them, we redrove and we let some really nice gilts be excused in this particular class. I think 2 gilts that I'm the most comfortable with in terms of a rear leg set and skeleton, and then after you get past that and we talk about which one just looks more elite from the side in terms of length, extension from their shoulder forward. I love the composition that this young lady presents in this particular gilt. She's really, really impressive on the top side, and to have that kind of muscle and turn to her edge to keep that spine as level and loose as she does. And then, boy, you get behind her, that's an impressive view going away. I wish we could just get her drove a little smoother, because there's a time or two I wonder how her front end set's going to manage out here, but certainly for this situation, we got her drove good enough. I love the stoutness of this gilt, and second offers from a rear leg perspective. Really, really good in terms of her rear joint, her rear foot plants to the ground, and her front end set is what allows her to beat the gilt that goes right behind her. I guess when we get to nitpicking on this particular gilt, in my opinion, she wants to get just a bit deeper in her throat latch, and there at the bottom side of her jaw, and she doesn't have as much extra as that gilt that wins this particular drive. There's no doubt the gilt coming on third does have that, and this is a monster in terms of spread and width and just mass when you get right behind her. Incredibly big rear leg and uses it effectively. Simply put, when we get to the front 1/3 of her body, we've got to redesign the way she's made out of her front end. She wants to close up at the ground. She's almost just too round and too stout in her shoulder blade. Got to make her better built in terms of the angulation she has up front. But, man, from there back, that's an impressive breeding gilt. A longer body gilt comes out next, and I wouldn't say it's a negative in this situation. My problems come when we get to the distance of this particular gilt. She wants to just round out of her rump and out of her hip, and then her hook where she hooks up there in her ham loin. She wants to get tighter there and more restricted. Got to make her smoother build to make her more effective in this particular drive. I kept coming back to this gilt a young lady drives because, man, she is awesome looking from the side in terms of her presence and her look. Simply put, for me as a show judge, we've got to make her square going away. She wants to push out on both of her rear feet and rear ankles, and she's got to be square going away for me to be more competitive. Real neat looking one comes out next. Needs to be looser made in her ankle and her pasture. Good class of crossbred gilts. Congratulations to all those kids.
know Justin was discussing the Gilts there a little bit as they were getting ready to go down, but I was kind of watching that final 5 there, and they were really, really nice, and I liked the pair Ben landed on. I had no issues with that whatsoever. I thought that class winner was one that guy would be willing to get up out of his chair and go check out on the ground level, because she gets some very intriguing pieces, and obviously Ben's done an incredible job, very accurate and refreshing on the microphone today, and so enjoy watching him sort the hogs. The good ones are up and the bad ones are down, and the sound good-looking fresh ones are making their way back to where they need to be. So intriguing Gilts. Again, if you're out there watching and you're thinking about adding some pieces to the herd, there's going to be some neat options tomorrow in the auction. For those of you that are anchored in and settled in wanting to follow along for the entire day, they just made an announcement. After Class 12, they would do the middleweight division selection, and then they're going to take about a 45-minute lunch break at the conclusion of your middleweight division, and they'll fire back up with Class 15. So again, 45-minute break after the conclusion of Class 12 and the middleweight champion reserve selections.
Another great set of animals, but even more importantly, an excellent set of kiddos. Let's give the ones in the ring a round of applause as they are excused back to the pens.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
Okay, viewing audience, this is a tremendously good class again. I think we have a couple really special individuals in this deal, and we see how Ben's opinion lines up from the peanut gallery up here, but it is a very impressive group. He's getting down to his 7, 8, 9 and going to release 10, 11, 12, how many ever, but it'd be a really nice time if you've fallen asleep and to wake back up and watch this class. I think there are some very, very high quality individuals out here, and they're not all black and white belters. There's a few blues and a nice set of belted gilts as well. Very, very interesting class. Got a little bit of pedigree information. We'll kind of share it as I kind of know. I don't really so much have pedigrees. I got breeders on some of them. Gilt coming out in the first pen is Kimber Pratt. Actually, one of my former 4-H'ers there in Young County, America. That's a TP gilt, TP show pigs. Boys there in Graham raising some really nice hogs. This young lady here coming out of pen 2. That is a Brockman gilt. In the woods, here I am. Josh and Carrie. 15-223 is a Glenn Blunt, bred Blunt Farms. She is from the hip, a Quite Frankly son on French Kiss out of the mother of the $20,000 gilt from the Elite last spring. Blue gilt came out 37-47 is a Linder gilt. Young man didn't know the pedigree. That one is built for speed, very athletic. Little girl in the flashy shirt, she did not know pedigree. Actually, she did. It was a Quite Frankly from TP. TP boys, just like the Pratt gilt. Makes you wonder if they're mates. Okay, the TP sparkled shirt young lady goes 5. Her name is Phelan Deaver from Jacksboro, one of Mr. Thomas's kids. Start studying these. There's some types, differences in types and kind for sure. For me, there's a pair that kind of sticks out, and there's a pair a little more angular kind of females that still have good look, but maybe not as quite as good built. Really interesting blue gilt from Blunts go 4. The Pratt TP gilt goes 3. And the Linder blue gilt wins. Second place gilt.
Another good class. A very easy place, I guess, that I'm comfortable with to start. Young man's blue gilt. Just silhouettes, just incredibly good from the side. Her head and neck attached very appropriately on top of her body. I love her composition and her comfort from the side. Really, really good in terms of range of motion. I'm not going to tell you that she's the stoutest jawed one or the biggest chested one she comes to you. I think it's appropriate for her weight and her composition in this particular situation. I just love the extra balance, look, and proportionality she brings. I think a very easy place to start. I love the stoutness that she has, the gilt and second brings in terms of width, and then, boy, that one comes at you just like a Mack truck. I guess when I step to the side, I don't know that her proportions are quite as good as the gilt that goes in front of her. She's a bit shorter hipped. She wants to stab her rear leg to the ground, and quite honestly, I would just like to raise her up and her shoulder a pinch to make her more appropriate in terms of her balance and look from the side. Gilt coming out of third is one that, she played some mind tricks on me, I guess, for a little bit because you could really get enamored with her lower skeleton. That's a very good-footed, just a durable kind of gilt that's good from a skeleton standpoint. I guess the more that I study her from the side, she wants to become just the most general in terms of her look and her build. And then when you get on top of her, she's probably the most disappointing in terms of just the power she has coming at the backside of her shoulder. I got to make her better in the front 1/3 of her body. Looks like a good sow prospect. Not neat enough looking, I think, for the big ring in this particular situation. Real stout one comes out next. It's big-armed, big rear-legged, and really stout everywhere. To me, she gets just a little wide set as she goes to the ground and where her rear feet hit. And on top of that, I'd like to change her crest. I think her crest is starting to become just a bit more mature from that perspective, but a very interesting breeding piece that's stout, and has some extra hair to go with it. Young lady coming out next, continue to work herself up because this gilt's got a great big back and very stout from that perspective. As I step off of her, I think she's the most upright of our initial 5 just from a skeleton standpoint. Need to ease her back and relax her to make her more competitive. That's a good class of crossbred gilts. Congratulations to those kids as they exit.
Kind of recap that class genetically. Our class winner was from Linder. Didn't get a pedigree, but she was from Linder. The second place gilt was a In the Woods, Here I Am from Brockman. Third place was from TP. Don't know the pedigree, but TP. Fourth was the Blunt gilt. That gilt's pedigree was from the hip, but quite frankly, son on French Kiss sow. Mother raised the $20,000 gilt last year at the Texas Elite. Fifth, I believe, was also another TP gilt.
Really good class of crossbreds. Let's give these kids in the arena a big round of applause as they are excused to their pens. Really deep class of crossbreds. We've had some exhibitors make the first cut, but let's give them a round of applause as they head back to their pens.
Really nice class here again in class 11, 265 to 271. He's down to 4.5. The young man, in the red shirt out there, that's a quite frankly. Here I am from TP. Young lady in the black shirt is a 99 Problems Horsefords. I've not found out the other two gilts, what they are. I guess the 99 Problems gilt went 4. Third is Braylon Crooks from Perrin. Has the largest cheering section here. Perrin goes 3 and 4 in that class. Congratulations to that chapter. Mr. Lange and his crew do a phenomenal job. Really nice pair out here. We have a, quite frankly, and I don't know what the young lady is, but that is a good pair.
Very good class and lots of quality throughout. I told the crew here in the ring that maybe arguably the deepest class of the day, and within that class, it's non-negotiable in my opinion. The young lady here in the pink's going to have your class winner, and from the word go, this gilt comes in, and I think it starts at the ground. And when we start with great big feet and loose joints and just an awesome skeleton from that perspective, and then you build up from there. And boy, that gilt's extra athletic out here. She's very comfortable. We haven't talking about the spread that she has up high. That's a very immature type of gilt. She's perfect in terms of her composition. You always hoped and pray that when you get behind one that you know is that stout, she's going to stay square, and she is dead square. You can see her rear feet as she goes away. Very nice place for me to start. I like the gilt in second, and I'm going to tell you that from the outside looking in, you're going to say, man, that one's not as stout as some of those, but I'll argue with you. She's easily the second best from a skeleton perspective. I love the length of rump she has. I love her ability to get her hock behind her tail. Comparatively to our gilt that wins, she's not as just overwhelming when you get right on top of her, and I'd like to change her front feet when she comes at you. That's probably where I get the most critical on that gilt. She wants to turn in just a bit, but man, athletic, and that young man drove that gilt hard the whole time, and that she never changed. She's consistent in her gait out here, and I think that's impressive. Third and fourth were close to me, and I think it becomes a kind of a very close decision. At the end of the day, I'm more comfortable with the gilt that goes in third in terms of her smoothness of top line. I think she's a little more feminine in terms of the way she's made in her muscularity. At the same token, I'd call her a nickel longer hipped. On the other end of the spectrum, the gilt that comes in fourth is just really stout. Very impressive when you go away from her. Young lady does a great job presenting that gilt. I need to probably just ease her up on her rear leg. She wants to stab it to the ground. Young man coming to bring the calico out. I love the stoutness this gilt has to her rear leg. Very big-legged gilt. And in this particular situation, we're just getting too flat out front. We're wanting to close up too much of the ground. I just couldn't get her any higher today when we have a class of very good gilts. Interesting gilt comes out in sixth, and she's extra tall-shouldered, runs uphill, and has a unique look. I'd lay her back in her shoulder, and I'd smooth her up in her top line, but definitely one that has some breeding value. Great class of crossbred gilts. Congratulations to those kids.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
So your judges on this preliminary sift of Class 12. Again, this will be the final class of this middleweight division. Your class winners from Class 11. The class winner was Everly Shumway from Hayes County 4-H, and second in that class, Colton Mathis, representing Graham FFA. So again, Class 12, your final class of the middleweights. Then we'll move right into the selection of your champion and reserve champion middleweight crossbred gilts. And then after that, we'll be taking a 45-minute lunch break. Then they'll get fired up with a heavyweight division, starting with class number 15. My Midwestern friends are supposed to be working today, but you're following along with the pig show. Let you guys know it's a struggle, but it's a sunny 70 degrees here in San Antonio today. So we'll get through it, and happy to make the sacrifice so you guys and gals can follow along.
Okay, got some results from the last class. First place was Everly Shumway. That is a Linder Gilt. She thought smoke another. Appears that's what it looks like. Second with Colton Mathis from Graham. Quite frankly, here I am. Third was a Slaps from Matt Hammonds in Mississippi. I believe that's Ace Genetics. Fourth was the 99 Problems from Horsford's. Kind of all over the board on pedigrees, but very nice set, very deep class.
large class with a great set of exhibitors. Let's give those in the arena a big round of applause and some appreciation for all their hard work and effort as we release them to go back to the pen.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Last class of Division II, weights from 272 to 278, 49 head. We got a really interesting Linder gilt coming out out of pin 1. He did not know the pedigree, but it is a very attractive, long stepping, good built gilt that's got a really neat look. Gilt in the second pin, Zane Byers. It's a Heimer red gilt. Absolute kingpin. Young man and come out in third. The paisley shirt, redhead young man. It's from Tri Genetics up in the Panhandle. 1-on-1 on a dirty Sancho. Again, pretty random pedigrees all over the board, but a nice trio of gilts. Young lady did not know her pedigree, and pin 4 coming out. Actually, that one came from Sky Moore out in Brownfield, America. She goes 4. Actually, the Tri gilt goes 4, and the Sky Moore gilt goes 3. Little give and take in this pair, but two really high quality females. They look like they'd be productive in the crate. Still have shape and dimension, flexible on feet and legs. Nice pair of gilts. The Linder gilt goes second, and the Heimer gilt from Zane Byers is our class winner.
Good way to end our middleweight division, and a pair of them, quite honestly, that get to the top rather handily for me. I think they both have the right type of length to height ratio, and honestly, like, they're bigger hogs in this particular class, and I certainly appreciate that of the pair. There's one I'm more comfortable with in terms of squareness as you go to the ground. The wider belted, more painted up gilt, your class winner. She comes to you, and she's stronger footed. She's square in her front toes as she comes to you, and going away, she has that same advantage, and is in terms of where her hock and her rear joint hit the ground. That's a big, fresh, beautifully presented gilt. Young man does a great job. A nice place to start. I would say that the gilt in second is probably just a bit stouter as you talk about her rear leg bone, and that's where I think it gets close, because this gilt in second has a monster back and really, really impressive when you get right on top of her. I don't see her as quite as good on her front feet. Again, I'm not one that gets very particular there. That's the differences on these two, and I think when you get right behind her, she's not as genuine in terms of the way her rear foot goes to the ground. That's a good pair of them. I like the composition that both those offer in a good class of middleweight crossbred gilts. Our gilt that comes out in third is the one that has the most in terms of width, especially as she comes at you. The young lady does a great job presenting her and bringing her to you and showing you where she's real, real stout. I guess if I'm going to get critical on this one is when I get right behind her, I need to redesign the way the rear joint's set into her, and she's probably just a little bit lower set that I would term as ideal in this particular situation. Maybe a pinch full for this judge today, but man, I like the width and the power that she offers from that perspective. I thought her top line stayed better than the gilt that comes out next, and I'd call her more genuine in terms of her width. Young man's got a real heavy bone one coming out next that's neat about her neck. When I get to a distance of her, she gets a bit rougher in her top line. Maybe she's a little long bodied for as low set as she is, but certainly one you like from a quality standpoint of stoutness as well. Young man coming out next has got a more elevated one for sure. I'd call her a little more uprighter, the most upright of our top five. Need to lengthen her out of her hip, give her more range of motion off both ends. Good class of crossbred gilts. Congratulations on those kids in a very, very good class in our middle division.
As we bring in those class winners for your champion middleweight division, out of class number 8 is Luke Bonnert of the Kendall County 4-H. Coming out of class 9 is Braylon Walgreen, Lavernia FFA. Coming out of class number 10 is Connor Havey, Medina Valley FFA. Your class 12 champion is Everly Shumway out of the Hayes County 4-H. And your class champion from class number 12, Zane Byers, Hill County 4-H.
Folks, we have our Division II champion in champion class, winners in the ring for the champion. Very, very high quality set. I believe we have a couple Ender Gilts, maybe 3 of them, a Heimer Gilt, and then there's a Knight Gilt. I'm not sure on class 8, the first class, where that one was from, but very, very high quality set.
It'll be interesting to watch and see what he chooses to do here. As always, you have to place some priorities, and depending on where he places those, kind of where he's going to fall. But the argument could be made one of the highest quality gilts is not out of the, not the biggest or quote heaviest gilt, I guess I should say. We don't know any ages, but good quality here. In fact, I would say the division probably came together better than what maybe I even anticipated initially, and good high quality gilts. And like I said, it'll be interesting just to kind of see where he falls and where he places the priorities.
I agree. If you're the buying public, there definitely is some pieces here. There are some very unique ones. Here's Ben's comments.
Well, if you would put your hands together for these exhibitors, in my opinion, a very, very good middleweight crossbred gilt drive. And we got there through some classes maybe that weren't as deep as others. But, man, I'm very happy with these 5 class winners out here. I guess you'd come to expect it when you come to the state of Texas. I thoroughly enjoyed judging here. It's very, very humbling to be back again. And I think we get out here, and honestly, there's several of these I'd take home. But I guess there's one to me that I just keep coming back to. It's just my kind in terms of density. Looks just a skeleton spread and still looks feminine enough out here. I talked about her in class. I've never had a good poker face, and she's my favorite. Young lady here in the pink is going to be your champion. Congratulations to her. We bring out that second place gilt, and as I talked about her in class, man, I think that's just a really good kind of pig. I don't know that she has quite the bells and whistles of some of them out here, but I think she immediately becomes in contention. I guess I keep coming back to a pair of them. It's actually the two young people here and kind of in the middle of the ring, and not to take away from the other class winners, but I think it's between those two, and I guess they're quite a bit different in what they offer. I think there's one that's a little more exotic looking in terms of her look and her shape. I think there's one that's really basic build, that's really square, really comfortable, probably bigger in her forerib and bigger in her chest. It becomes a personal preference for me. I like them both a great deal. I guess the one I keep coming back to that probably is more like my kind in terms of forerib shape, body, and chest width. Young man that wins the last class of the reserve division. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to our exhibitors, Everly Mae Shumway from Hayes County 4-H. I believe that's a Linder Gilt. That is a Smoke Another. She was our champion out of Class 11. And then the reserve was Zane Byers out of Class 12. That's a Heimer bred Gilt. She is an absolute kingpin.
Well, for those of you at home, we welcome you back here to the Crossbred Gilt Show in San Antonio, and this will be the first class of your third and final division, the heavyweight Crossbred Gilts, and had a little lunch break there and just kind of getting things fired back up. But as you can see, your judge today, Mr. Ben Boble, sorting through those hogs in the initial sift ring and continue to work through those. And we'll wrap up with Class 19 today prior to selecting your champion and reserve champion heavyweight gilts, followed then shortly after with your champion Crossbred Gilt Drive.
Great class to start with right after lunch. Lots of quality in depth. Really good set of kiddos. Let's give the ones in the ring a big round of applause as they head back to their pens.
Okay, folks, we are back on our first class. Test. There we go. Okay, we are back on our first class of Division 3. This is class 15, weights of 279 to 285. Kind of the top end of the barrel weight breaks. These are about the kind of the heavies. We start going to 290, I guess, to 300 up to 300 on the barrows. But this is kind of our first class of the big ones. Very impressive class to work through. Lots of quality. Addison Horton just got pinned with a gilt. She told me a few minutes ago what she was. She came from She's a Tres Amigos gilt. Pinned in the third pin. Young man that was pinned in the second hole with a blue gilt. Cash Sweargen was a Beck gilt. She's a Trick Daddy Cracker. The young man with was pinned first with a little blue gilt, little boy with a blue gilt. He did not know where she was from. Very nice pair of blue ones. And then Addison's belted gilt. Cracker. If you're just tuning in, our judge for the day has been Bowl. I believe he resides in Lincoln, Illinois. Very accomplished swine breeder and livestock evaluator. If I remember right, he grew up as a showing some good shorthorn cattle. And as he went to the college at Black Hawk and got introduced to the hog deal, I think he put some interest there, and I guess the rest is his history. But pretty famously known for raising good hogs. Family's highly involved, his daughters, his wife, and a nice job for our first 10 classes, 5 classes in each division. Like I said earlier, this is the first class of Division 3. 279 to 285. These classes are roughly in that 45 to, in the first division, they were from 45 to 50. These actually, this third division, this class is 34. We break down in the mid-30s, 34, 32, 32, 33. So some of the heavier divisions, and understandably so, are a little smaller. But very nice set of hogs across the board. I know Ben was real pleased with his champions and reserves in the first 2 divisions, and look forward to seeing what comes out of the wood pile here in the last division. Gilt just got pinned, was the next intention, Tiger King. We're good. From Rory. He's ready.
Let's give the kids in the middle of the ring a big round of applause. Tough class, lots of numbers.
Correction, the young man with the pin with the calico is actually a urban legend, the Hofschulte red hog, actually from Watts. That's at Rory/Canes. Nice gilt. I believe she placed 10th. down to 5. Look like he's really into this Addison Horton Trace Amigos Gilts understandably so. That's a powerful one. She's got water in her ditch. She's got a huge top. That one looks pretty valuable to me. Looks like we got a little Cozart working also. Miss Creed, I believe is her name. Creed Cozart. Brown County Flash. Family does an awesome job showing. I should have asked Credo what her gilt was bred. She would know. Probably a big brother found it somewhere, maybe daddy. Awfully good gilt. 4 very nice ones. Not sure what this black leg one is, but she's a stout one too. Very good class. Sow buyers, tune in. See some nice class here. Black leg gilt goes 4. Little guy with the blue gilt goes 3. Looks like Creed Cozart goes 2, and Addison Horton wins with the Trace Amigos gilt. That one looks pretty special to me. It's a hard-working young lady. Great program. Her daddy's one of the best ag teachers in the country, deservedly so. She's an awfully good gilt.
Well, certainly a good way to come back from lunch, and not that we did finish up the middles on a very bright note, but it's always good when you come back and they just keep coming and coming through. We pinned a lot back, and we went through them again, and excuse me, I thought it was a very good class. There's lots of different pieces and parts as you go through. I guess from the word go, there was never a doubt which one, in my opinion, was going to be our class winner. The young lady in the red drives a gilt. It does some very, very unique things, but does it so basically good. I think that's why I would call her an elite kind of animal, because she's not as far-reaching as maybe a couple others in here, but man, that is one square build, perfect proportion, very comfortable type of animal that has the smoothness it takes to win a big gilt show, but has the comfort and the stoutness it takes to make the next generation better. I think a very, very logical place and a very good place to start. To me, the decisions came in second and third, and I think that's where you could be a little different in terms of your opinion. To me, just the stouter, denser, more rugged-looking gilt the young lady drives is going to be second, and I love that the stoutness she has to her mug, coupled with the fact that she's an elevated gilt that has some extension. And as you watch those gilts go right away from you, there's just more column of bone and stoutness and density in the belted gilt as she goes. Now, she's not as smooth built. I don't think her proportions are quite as neat as this blue gilt, and that's why this one keeps hanging around, because, man, for being a shorter body gilt, I think her length of hip's still very appropriate. I think her length of neck is appropriate. I guess just relating her back to those 2 belted gilts, she runs out of just manly stuff, in my opinion, but certainly one that's not going to get you in the ditch, that has lots and lots of quality. On the other end of the spectrum, we've got this one coming out next. The young man drives, and she's unequaled in terms of bone in this situation. For me, I'm just going to be honest with you, she's a little coarser build, especially when you get right behind her and study her rear joint. I'd like to clean her up there. I don't think her front end set's as good as those gilts that go above her, and that's certainly where I'd fix her, but certainly one that has lots of quality. If that's the kind you need for your breeding program, I wouldn't argue with you there. I think in this setting, she's a bit coarse for me in that regard. The gilt that comes out next is a bold, stout, wide one. Needs to be longer on both those of her skeleton. I think of her top 5, she's the most lethargic in the way she uses her rear leg. She wants to stab to the ground ever so slightly. I'm telling you, it's a very good class. Lots of good ones left. Congratulations to those kids. Excellent way to start after lunch.
For those of you keeping track at home, your class winner for Class 15, Addison Horton from Farmersville, FFA. Second in that class went to Creed Cozart. Creed's representing Brown County 4-H, and that was Class 15. Class 16 Crossbred Gilts are in the show ring at this time. Again, in case you're a late arrival, we don't have any of the pedigrees on any of these gilts, and for those of you interested in the auction that'll be taking place here tomorrow, there will be a preview, 9 o'clock San Antonio time, kind of walk those gilts through where you can get another look at them if you're interested, followed by the live auction there at 1 p.m. sharp. And that point in time, between now and then, we'll have your pedigrees and all your information stacked together so it's user-friendly. We will be offering online bidding via salering.live, and so appreciate you folks. If you've not already done so, please register online there and get yourself signed up. You'll be automatically assigned a buyer's number for the event tomorrow.
Great group of kiddos out in the ring and they've worked really hard with their projects. Let's give them all a big round of applause as we send them to the pens. Our judges made a second sort. So let's get the kids in the arena a big round of applause as they, and some encouragement as they head back to the pens.
This is the second class of Crossbreds, class 16 in our heavy division. That 290 range. Really nice set of gilts, top to bottom. Riley Byers just comes out with a big, stout, powerful gilt. First gilt that came out was from Kylie Mikes. It was from Heiners. Creole comes out next. Looks an amen, next to nothing.
How many waters did you drink today?
Don't have just a tremendous amount of pedigrees here, but a really good set of gilts, top to bottom. Creole gilt goes third. I believe she's from TP or the Heiner gilt from Mike's goes second, and Riley Byers is first.
Very interesting class, and maybe not quite as deep as we get to the middle ground as our last drive, but that being said, we get to a pair of them that are extra stout, and I guess what I'll say about the belted gilt that wins this particular drive, it'll be interesting to see when she comes back amongst the gilt that won the last class and the contemporaries as we continue to go and just see where you have to make a call on her, because outside of that front foot, I'm telling you what, folks, that is a very good crossbred gilt. When you can proportion like that and have a great big rear leg and use it so effectively, be so fresh and so perfect in your composition, from there up, man, I think that one is next level good. Just like I said, we can all see it. The young lady can see it. We'll see where that fits as we continue to go. Very good animal, capably driven, presented to a T. Congratulations to her. I think as easy as that gilt wins, this gilt that the young lady drives, it's kind of a odd colored gilt, is easily second for me, because that's an elevated hog that still has a lot of stoutness of skeleton and structure. Man, that one is really impressive when you get up on her. You know, you can say she's not long enough hipped, but relatively speaking, with her color, she is, because she effectively uses her hock. It's a bull gilt. She has an advantage in terms of her front foot placement comparatively. She's not as elite looking as that one. She's not as smooth build in her top line. And that's probably where I'd fix her, is her ham loin hook up and just make her a little smoother there. Young lady drives a real beast of a gilt coming out next. I wish we could freshen her up a little bit in terms of her skin and hair, and maybe just make her a little less mature about her jawline and her head. Outside of that, man, that one comes and goes with extreme width and still stays inside herself. She's a comfortable gilt that has very good shape. Again, for me, in this situation, she reads just a bit more mature. Just need to freshen her up a little bit. Young lady does a nice job driving that gilt out here. Gilt coming out next does have an advantage in terms of freshness. Young man's got a great, you can tell he's worked really hard to have skin and hair on point. The problems come when you study her from the side. I don't think she balances as good. Her head and neck don't set as appropriate on the top of her her shoulder, and she's a bit different in the way she's constructed out of her hip and rear leg, but man, that one's extra good in terms of her composition. That's a bold gilt when you get on top of her. Just got to relax her up front and make her better there. I like the young lady's gilt coming out next in terms of stoutness. She wants to run downhill, and again, she's plenty mature about her head and neck. I'd like to fix her in the way she's shaped in the rear joint. Good class of crossbred gilts. Congratulations to all those kids doing a great job out here in the heavyweight drive.
Results from Class 16. Class winner was driven by Bradley Byers from Hale County 4-H. Second in that class, Kylie Mikes from Georgetown FFA. We'll see if we can get you some pedigree information or breeder information as we go along, but good pair of gilts this late in the day, and has been alluded to sorting the stock. If you can fix that one in one area, she's lights out good, and so be interesting to see how she holds up once we get her contemporaries back out here. But nice pair of gilts. That was Class 16. Class 17 crossbred gilts. Ben is in the preliminary sift ring. still waiting for some pedigree information on the second place gilt, but for those of you that are interested, the Byers gilt class winner from the last class is an absolute kingpin. So congratulations to Ms. Byers. Really nice kind of gilt.
Really good class once again in our crossbred division. Let's give the kiddos in the ring a big round of applause for an excellent job as they head back to their pens.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dip galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all of your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Okay, class 17, weight range 294 to 301. Nice set of big gilts in this class. Lady here, 13,553 with ponytail. That's a blunt gilt. Blunt Farms. The blue gilt. Gilt with a young man with the aqua shirt. That is a cotton napping snafu from BR Farms. Robert Matthews and Barry Bestie and Bogey and the crew in Whitesboro. However, that thing's all put together. Great group of guys. Good gilt. Young lady coming out now was the grand gilt at the Grandstand Texas Hill Country District Show. She is a blue duck card trick from Dogies or Doogies or something like that from St. Hedwige. I know I just butchered all that, and I apologize to that bunch. That's an awfully good gilt, though. Nice pair just got pinned, her and the BR gilt. I believe Blue Duck there is at Tanner and Samantha Winters there in Oklahoma. Not sure what card trick is. This is our third of 5 classes in our heavy division. The next class is 302 to 313, and that jumps from 314 to 350, 32 and 33 respectively in those classes.
Our judges made another sword out here in the arena. Let's give these two hard-working kiddos a big round of applause and show them support for being in a real tough class of crossbreds.
We're back here. He's got eliminated down to 5 or 6 of the top end. The cotton apping snafu gilt from BR Farms this comes out first. The blue duck card trick gilt from Doggies from St. Hedwig comes in the second hole. Don't know on this third gilt. Good design, belted kind of female. Down to a nice pair here. He sorts through those two. Extra wide structured, heavy structured kind of females that have got body and rib and productivity to their center cages, and a pair of them that are awfully good, awfully valuable in terms of some breeding pieces, and come in some different presentation packages, but still a pair that's very impressive.
Yeah, I think you nailed it for the auction purposes. I think there's value in both of these gilts, no matter how you prefer them.
Absolutely. And the crowd goes wild. Local girl here from...
Right, wrong, or different. This must be the crowd favorite in this particular class. All kidding aside, I think it's an interesting and a class that has some sort, to be honest with you. We get down to a pair that really don't resemble each other in any degree besides their show gilts out here. I guess I just see them this way. I just think the gilt that wins is a little more genuine in terms of what she brings to the table. I really appreciate her composition advantage comparatively to the blue gilt that goes in second. That's a big, stout rear leg. She uses it effectively. There's no doubt that I guess I ideally would like her to be presented a little bit different from a skin and hair standpoint. And when you get right behind her, she's a little bit edgy, but at the same time, I think her natural function from the side and her ability to just maintain some cleanliness at the bottom side of her joint and her throat and have more back shape allows her to win this particular class. I love the spine, the looseness, and the rear leg that the blue gilt has from the side, and those are some advantages in this class that I think could take her to a top pair kind of gilt, and that's where she lands. From there forward, man, I just think she gets a little bit more mature in the front 1/3 of her body. She's too deep in her throat latch and there in her jawline. Then we get on top of her. She reads a little plain comparatively to that gilt that wins. Young man's got a neater looking gilt coming out of third. There's no doubt about that. I just feel like she runs out of bone comparatively. And when you get right behind her, she wants to search the most of our initial three. We got to just stout her rear leg and just secure it better as she goes directly away from you. Young man coming out next has got a belted gilt. You like, in terms of her height, the length ratio, felt like her shoulder blade needs to be set back in her. She wants to get just a bit quicker out of her rump as well. We continue down the line. We've got two young ladies coming out next that both have some muscle-driven gilts. I thought this one here was a little smoother, a little longer and leveler out of her hip. Our blue gilt that comes next has all the muscle we need in a breeding gilt. We just need to just level her up and loosen her up in that muscle. Good class. Congratulations to those kids.
The results from Class 17 Crossbred Gilts. Your class winner, young lady Gabriela Casas from James Madison FFA. Second place goes to Lane Espinoza from Whitesboro FFA. So, as been alluded to, if she may not win the show, but she's certainly the crowd favorite in that class. And so a lot of fun. It just tells you about the energy and the excitement that goes with the show of this magnitude and what it means to win a class. You know, you can kind of get lulled to sleep if you're watching from afar, and you know, you kind of lose sight of the fact that there's 35 to 55 gilts in every single class today, with most of them being 40 to 50 per class. And so when your class here is a big deal, and they're excited, and obviously the young lady's worked hard to get to that level. And so congratulations to her and her entire team of supporters.
Really tough class once again. Let's give the folks in the middle of the ring a big round of applause as they head back to their pens.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
Ben is getting down to his short rows here in this particular class. Again, as we've alluded to, this is Class 18 the ring, Class 18 ring, Class 19 coming up next, and that'll be your final Crossbred Gilt class of the day. Following the selection of your class winner in Class 19, we'll have that heavyweight division championship. Then we'll select as champion and reserve division champions from that division. We'll have a small break there as they organize things, and then we'll have your champion Crossbred Gilt drive.
Very good class and a really, really fun trio to sort, and I'll describe them as a trio because there's some differences in second and third. I guess from my perspective, when the gilt that hits the ring and does so effectively and so comfortable, without a doubt that this gilt has the advantage in terms of length of hip, length of step, and then when you step back and study her combination of height to length ratio with great big comfortable legs, you step in behind her, she's in check, she's square, she's fresh. You know, I would tell you she's not the boldest one as she comes at you where her front feet hit. I'm okay where her chest is at. I think she wants to close up ever so slightly at the ground. Outside of that, I think that's a really, really neat gilt. I've never been a huge fan of flag tails because normally that means their body's going to be tight somewhere. It's not. So in this effect, it adds some just natural, I guess, just eye appeal from that perspective. That's a neat gilt to win this particular class. As equally neat as that one is, I think this gilt in second does some very, very far-reaching things because that's another elevated hog that's shorter bodied probably than the gilts on either side of her. And man, this one is just incredibly neat and wild looking in the front 1/3 of her body. I guess when I get right behind her, her tail sets a pinch low. She wants to surge ever so slightly. I would call her a pinch more upright than our class winner. Not saying she's straight by any means, but that's where I'd fix her. She wants to surge from behind. I think it's a very, very close trio of them because as we asked the young lady to come out of third, here's another one that when she came through, I thought, man, this one's going to be hard to beat because that is a great big back. And this gilt is as opened up as any of them. She comes to you maybe as impressive as any in terms of his blade width and chest. When I step to the side, comparatively to our first and second place gilts, I don't see her being just as proportional as the first and second place ones. She wants to run downhill ever so slightly. I think the biggest challenge that I have with her in relation to the first and second place gilts is her length of step from behind and her stoutness of rear leg doesn't match what she has in the front 1/3 of her body. Now, that's being critical on an animal I'd love to take home and breed because she has just wild pieces from a width and stoutness perspective. In this judge's opinion, I like those other two gilts proportionality better. Hey, there's nothing wrong with the gilt that comes in fourth, and I would tell you that there was a time or two when I thought this could be a top pair kind of gilt because she's correct, she's functional, she does a lot of the right things. As we compare back to those three monsters that go above her, to me she becomes just a little more general in the way she's made in the bottom side of her neck. I don't know that she's just quite as elite in terms of her spread to the top side of her shoulder. She's kind of a little apex in the way she's made there, but man, that's a very good gilt to be in fourth. Again, one of the deepest classes we've been through, especially in this heavyweight division. The white gilt comes out next and looks like a lady out here in terms of her presentation. Look up front. She's got a great big set of legs and uses them effectively. She's a pinch long bodied for me, I guess, in this situation. She wants to get a little easy in her top, maybe just a bit quicker out of her rump for as long bodied as she is. But man, that one's presented very, very, very well and shown as well as you can. Good class. Congratulations to those kids. Very good upper end. Congratulations again to our Crossbred Gilt exhibitors.
Your class winner for Class 18, exhibited by Maddie Pedroza from Medina County 4-H. And second in that class would have been driven by Trey Canales from Odom FFA. Final class Crossbred Gilts has been steps into the sift ring, Class 19.
Just got some scouting information on pedigrees. The last class winner, Maddie Lynn Pedroza from Medina County 4-H, was an SD Genetics Scott Dean. And looking for a pedigree, but that was pretty good. Analysis were second. Find out that a little later as well. The third gilt was a baby daddy. So the Pedroza gilt is an easy for you all rise, raised by Scott Dean and Bauer. you for our scouting report, Brandon Anderson, all the way in Kansas. Good job, Scott Dean and ST Genetics and Bauer. Second was the Canales family. C&P, I'm assuming. Third was Underdog Genetics. Aubrey Garner from Jim Ned, Baby Daddy. Be a litter mate to her very dominant bear that was Reserve Cross, I believe. There at Fort Worth. Impressive animal. I believe he's granted his county grand at the show 3 or 4 times. Very, very good pig. Crossbred division's been very, very, very good and very impressive division as we're concluding our 3rd and final division with our concluding class. That last class winner also had a litter mate that was Reserve Hamp there at Nueces County here in January. 57 litter was very good to them. Easy for you, all rise. Gilt was also 3rd in the Division 3 at Denver out of that litter. Each a few all rise from Scott Dean and Bauer. So the 57 litter is pretty predictable. For Sal. Sure enough, be something to look at. Kendall County also had the Grand Gilt. Benabera. The Nelson family do a really nice job there in Kendall County, America. I think it was a Barra. I think I saw that one show. Yes, it is a Barra. He was very good. Saw him show at our district show a couple weeks ago. So I'd say the 57 litter has been pretty popular. Interesting to see how she looks in the heavy division. Buyers beware, that's a nice hog. Thank you for the reports.
Great way to end the day with an extremely tough class of crossbreds. Let's give our kiddos in the middle of the ring a big round of applause. Tons of effort. Appreciate all that you do to get to this point.
Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
Attention crossbred exhibitors. If you have a first or second place in class 15, 16, 17, 18, bring those to the staging area, all firsts and seconds of class 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Taylor Tots coming out of class pin 1. She believes it's a picture of this that the Michael Tots show pigs raised. We all know she's the brains of that operation. She does a great job showing. It's awfully good gilt. The young lady did not know what the white gilt was, and I did not catch the other ones, but I do know the Tots gilt was raised by the Tots, and she thought it was a picture of this. We will be showing, after this class, we'll be showing our heavyweight division, Division 3, champion cross. And then we'll bring the other 2 divisions back in for an overall champion.
Good way to end our crossbred heavyweight division, and I think there's a solid place, I guess, for me to start. The painted up gilt the young lady drives is our class winner, and as we talk about effectiveness, that can be a big heavyweight, but still stay immature enough out here, be very, very comfortable and fresh, gigantic backed, and then really, really good in terms of her feet and legs. You know, I guess as I step off this one, she's a bit rounder in the way she's constructed out of her hip, but still utilizes her rear leg so well in this particular situation. I think that's a very logical place to start. The white gilt is more elevated and a taller shoulder, and is one that I like in terms of her proportionality and balance from the side. I guess for me, she probably gets just a bit more Roman about her nose and a little more upright in her shoulder, and she doesn't have this kind of spread that our belted gilt that lands in first has, but certainly I thought a logical place to be in second. The belted gilt coming out next is extra comfortable in terms of her rear leg. I think that's a gilt that has some function and ability to move out here. I guess as we relate her back, I think she gets to be just a little more general in the way she's constructed. I think most importantly, I'd like to just add more circumference of forearm to help her match her rear leg, but certainly a gilt you like from a function standpoint. Gilt that comes out next is one I like the rear view she gives you. It's a memorable rear view in terms of her pin set, rear leg stoutness. In this situation, she's a bit more tucked up in her flank and looks just a bit drier out here. She's wanting to close up at the ground. She comes at you. I still thought that gilt had lots of quality in terms of look ahead of her blade and rear leg stoutness as she goes to the ground. Gilt coming out next. I love the presentation. Skin and hair looks awesome on this one. The middle part of her body is really good in terms of stoutness, width, and shape. At the end of the day, when she goes away, that one just wants to stab her rear leg too much, a little too straight in the way she's constructed. Great class of heavyweight gilts to finish. Put our hands together for those kids as they exit.
And our results of our Class 19, the final class crossbreds. In 10th, Hannah McMullen, James Madison, FFA. 9th, Paisley Wells, Coryell County 4-H. 8th, Rylan Hamby, Williamson County 4-H. 7th, Charlie Jinsky, Lavernia, FFA. 6th, Ellis Bailing, Bryson, FFA. 5th, Danica Romer, Southwest, FFA. 4th, Olivia Martinez, Mary Carroll, Corpus Christi. 3rd, Holly Kaiser, New Berlin, FFA. 2nd, Zoe Eli, Kendall County 4-H. And your class winners, Taylor Tosh, Gillespie County 4-H.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk. things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
As we get into our heavyweight drive, representing class number 15 is Miss Addison Horton of the Farmersville FFA. Coming out of class 16 is Briley Byers, representing the Hale County 4-H. Coming out of class 17 is Gabriella Casas, James Madison FFA. Coming out of class 18 is Maddie Pedroza, Medina County 4-H. And in representing class 19, the heavyweights, Taylon Tosh, Gillespie County 4-H. Good luck to all of our exhibitors in the heavyweight drive.
Well, certainly, let's put our hands together for these 5 young ladies out here that won what I would call a very, very, won their class in what I would call a very competitive heavyweight drive. When we went to lunch, I was very happy with our middleweights and was equally as impressed or more impressed with the quality and depth that we've got here in our heavyweight drive. And, we started off with a very elite Gilt, and we kind of, I thought about her the whole way through. And I guess as the smoke clears and we come down to it, it really, in my opinion, is a 3-horse race. And I guess I've heard this said before, but I really think it in this situation that there's some outliers out here, but there's one that I can't make an excuse for. I just can't get past her. She came right after lunch. She's my favorite. Congratulations, the girl in the red. She'll be your champion heavy. We bring out that second place Gilt, and as I talked about her in class, man, that's a good kind of Gilt that's built right and functional. I don't know that she has maybe a couple of the ESTs that another pair of Gilts have out here, and I'll be honest with you, these 2 Gilts right in front of me, I'll think about them as I leave here, and I can't wait to hear how they're bred and the backstory on their sows, because I think they have some far-reaching pieces, and we talked about this earlier that when you're a family or you're a young family trying to raise show pigs, or you have kids showing and you take one to a show and you think they're unbeatable, they're never unbeatable. And I'm not saying that these young ladies thought that. When I saw these 2 hit their classes, I thought, man, these things are really, really good. I'd love to have my girls show them. I'm talking because I'm not sure which I'm going to use for reserve. I'll be honest with you. I wanted to watch them come and go. I guess as we really dip down into the details, there's one to me that's incredibly hard to make in terms of what she offers. And I talked about her in class, and I changed her in one spot, and we can all see that here. You change her there, she wins this show for fun. I'm not going to leave her out of the pair. Young lady in the blue is going to be reserve heavy.
Attention around the Crossbred Gilt Arena. Couple short, quick announcements. We will do the grand drive at 4:45. We will make that initial call to bring those division champions and reserves up somewhere right around 4:25 or so to get them up here, or 4:25, 4:30 to get them here and ready to roll. But we will start the drive promptly at 4:45.
only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all of your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
We need all division champions, reserve division champions in the Crossbred Gilt Show to make their way to the staging area. Y'all ready? Well, good afternoon, everyone. We want to welcome you to the 2024 San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Junior Crossbred Gilt Grand Champion Drive. Let's give the folks that have made this happen today, behind the scenes, superintendents, our judge, a big round of applause, and the kids especially, because without them, we couldn't do what we do. We're very fortunate and very blessed today that the folks in San Antonio put a priority on youth and agriculture and making an impact in the kids in Texas, and we thank them for all of their efforts. Very honored today to have two members of the executive committee, Mr. Alan Cole and Mike Kirkpatrick, are here today, and joining them is Ryan Coble, the chairman of the Livestock Committee. And I'm going to turn it over to Ryan for a minute to say a few words on behalf of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo.
Hello, everybody, and welcome out to the 75th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. As he said, my name is Ryan Coble. I'm the livestock chairman for this committee. We would like to take the time to congratulate all of our exhibitors for making it this far, their achievements, and getting the chance to come out here and win a scholarship. With the exhibitors, I would like y'all to take the time to thank your parents, family members, ag teachers, advisors, everybody that helped get you this far. We are a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. To date, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo has an educational commitment of over $255 million. Right now, we're going to pick one of these fine exhibitors to join that scholarship club, and y'all going to witness. We're going to give out another $10,000 scholarship. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ryan, and especially all the volunteers and folks at San Antonio that make this happen for the youth of Texas. Now, what we started out to do at 7 a.m. this morning was the name of champion Crossbred Gilt. But before we do that, let's introduce all of our division champions, and we'll start with the reserves first. Coming out of the lightweight division, the reserve champion is Landry Ottmers of the Fredericksburg FFA chapter. Landry is the daughter of Anna Ottmers. When not showing pigs, Landry likes to shop and going to concert with friends. Landry wants to go to Texas Tech University and major in ag communication. Guns up and congratulations, Landry. Coming out of our middleweight division, the reserve champion is Mr. Zane Byers of Hale County 4-H. Zane is the son of Todd and Mariah Byers. Zane likes to show pigs and play baseball. He wants to go to Texas Tech University, become a scientist, and move to Madagascar. Zane, best of luck, and just take us with you when you go. And your reserve champion out of the heavyweight division is Miss Briley Byers, also of Hale County 4-H. Briley is the daughter of Todd and Mariah Byers. Briley likes to show pigs, play volleyball, and spend time with her friends. Her future plans include going to a university in Texas and continuing a career in ag. Congratulations, Briley. Let's give all of our reserve champions a big round of applause. $657 crossbred gilts were exhibited today over 15 classes and 3 divisions. Some of the toughest competition we've seen at the Gilt Show today was on the ground here in 2024. We'd like to introduce your division champions that went and fought hard against 5 classes to earn the division champion honors. Representing the lightweight division is Truett Lutke of the Cuero FFA. Truett is the son of Amanda and Tyler Lutke. He enjoys showing pigs and competing in the Tractor Tech competitions. And he is currently restoring a John Deere 4430 for ag mechanics. That is an incredible talent. His future and plans, because he's accepted to Texas A&M in College Station, where he's going to pursue a degree in agriculture system management and hopes to one day improve agriculture equipment. Congratulations on a well-deserved win today, Truett. Representing our medium weight division is Everly Shumway. Everly is a member of the Hayes County 4-H and is the daughter of Lindsay and Douglas Shumway. Her hobbies include horseback riding and crocheting. She wants to study engineer at Texas A&M University. Congratulations on incredible achievement today. And rounding out our shows, the champion heavyweight division winner, Addison Horton of Farmersville FFA. Addison is the daughter of Stevie and Cammie Horton and enjoys showing pigs and sheep and plans to be a Texas Tech Red Raider. Congratulations today, Addison. And while he's taking time to sort through for the champion today, I want to introduce our judge, Mr. Ben Boble, who lives in Lincoln, Illinois with his wife, Haley, and 3 daughters, Ella, Claire, and Alex. Ben went to Black Hawk East College and Iowa State University. Ben owns and operates Boble Farms, which consists of 85 Crossbred York and Spot sows, as well as a grain operation, and is an advisor for Show Right Feeds. Ben's favorite thing about livestock shows is the development of youth, encouraging competition, and responsibility. Folks, if you're around the ring today and watching the drive, let's show Ben our appreciation for doing an excellent job working with our kiddos, giving everybody a great amount of time and studying on them and working with it. Ben, thank you for coming down to San Antonio. We appreciate your family for letting us have you. We also would like to thank Creative Awards for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Livestock Show. Creative Awards specializes in all types of awards, custom-made belt buckles, banners, caps, apparel, and promotional items for associations and corporate incentive programs. Wayne and Sherry Rohde, along with their salespeople and staff, would like to wish all exhibitors the best of luck at this year's show. We also would like to give a special thanks to Lindner Feeds for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, Junior Breeding Gilt Shows. Let's give all of our sponsors a big round of applause.
Certainly was a very, very enjoyable experience for me. I hope everyone took a couple minutes and listened to the San Antonio crew, the dignitaries, as they talked about what the stock show means to these young people. And I say this with all due respect because I come from a state that does not do that for their youth in agriculture. So please, please, please thank those folks and thank the San Antonio Stock Show for doing that for these great kids that are showing here, because deep down inside, we're vested in Illinois, we're vested in farm ground, but my girls would love to live in the state and compete. I don't know that we're quite ready for that stage, but they think they are, and I respect them for that. So I guess what I'm saying is be proud to be from the state of Texas. It's a great place to live. It's a great place to raise your kids, and it's a great place to participate in agriculture things like this. And I sure enjoy coming down here. I thought the show today was really enjoyable from the first class to the last class. I thought it was a very, very good show. And I know it's a little bit new in terms of its infancy in the state of Texas, but I certainly would encourage kids to come here and show. There's nothing like showing in this building. I've had the pleasure of doing the Barras here several years ago, and I've been here to watch the show several times, and there's nothing like the feeling of walking in this building and showing on these pellets and seeing these great kids exhibit their projects. So congratulations to all the kids that came through. I want to say thank you. Yeah, let's put our hands together. Let's do that. I want to say thank you to Brian Ferris for reaching out to me to allow me to come back to San Antonio. I thought today Dirk and Megan were awesome out here. We had a great time. We had a great staff of interns that kept the show running very, very smooth. I enjoyed visiting with those young men and women throughout the day and enjoyed the trip. Well, I can tell you one thing. These are three very similar pigs, and I know that always doesn't happen. And at the end of the day, it's one man's opinion. And then what's cool about when you're judging breeding guild shows is that there's an eventual auction, and so they'll be auctioned off tomorrow. For those that are not here and are watching online, I'd encourage you to check that out. I know that it's going to be broadcasted, I believe, on Cell Ring Live, and so I'd encourage you to check out the preview they do tomorrow and make sure that you dig into these gilts, because it's a good set, it's a deep set, and there's a lot of different breeding pieces out here. Without further ado, I like all three of these gilts. There's one that came through that hit me good. I told the young men in the back, I said, "You just see that one?" And they both remembered her. And I come out here and I can't get over her today. She's my favorite. Help me congratulate the young lady that wins the heavies. She'll be your champion.
Your champion, Crossbred female at San Antonio this year, is your heavyweight champion out of Division III. That is quite frankly gilt raised by Trace Amigos. Of course, quite frankly is the Mark Gray boar that stands there at Premium Blend Genetics and a big supporter and sponsor of the show. So congratulations to the family of exhibitors, the breeders, and studs behind them. It's a big stage, and it's tough to get along, and I tell you what, that one's flat good, and there's a couple others in here I know are getting quite a bit of attention from Ben.
We bring out that reserve, and I've talked a lot about this gilt today, and I will forever remember this animal because she has some of the farthest reaching pieces that I probably had the chance to judge. But there's a spot where I'd really like to get critical on her today, and I think that's what plays into my mind, I guess, as I decide which one's going to be reserved. I do want to thank my girls. We'll get a reserve.
Your champion, Crossbred Gilt, comes out of Division III, and that's Addison Horton of the Farmersville FFA. Your reserve Crossbred champion, representing Division II, Everly Shumway, Hayes County 4-H. Congratulations, all the exhibitors. Once again, let's give Mr. Ben Boble a big round of applause.
You bet. For what it's worth, Ben did an incredible job sorting the hogs, and we talked about it.
Folks, I know a lot of you are already moving out and stepping away, but if you notice, she is holding the I Am a San Antonio Scholar. And so our champion gilt today, she had maxed out on her scholarship, and so this young lady was the next eligible individual, so she will be the $10,000 scholarship awardee.
For those of you keeping track at home, this is tentative, so you'll want to watch for the official results. We believe that the reserve champion cross gilt comes out of Division II, your middleweight champion. According to the notes, and again, this is unofficial, we think that's a Lindner bred gilt, and potentially I think that one's a Smokes a Lot, but we do not have that completely confirmed. So watch for the official breeding results from the breeders and the sires represented there. But nonetheless, really good gilt show. Professional job, as always, by Mr. Ben Boble from Illinois. And, again, as he alluded to, if you've got some interest and if you're out there and you got a spot for a sow, you should have interest. We had a real good sale and a real good set of gilts here last year, and all that went real well. But I say with high level of confidence, you got a bigger, stouter, better set of gilts that'll be in the offering this year from top to bottom. So take advantage. If we can assist with anything, let us know. Be happy to visit with you on some gilts. They will have some videos and previews. I have a live preview tomorrow morning. Taylor Fort will be streaming that at 9 o'clock here Texas time, and then 1 o'clock Texas time we're going to have your auction tomorrow.